Rescue, meeting an acquaintance. In the distance, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A figure was rapidly approaching. Soon, the figure stopped not far away. It was Ji Mai, the 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Zongzi. Seeing that Lu Ming had ended his cultivation, Ji Mai flew over. Ji Mai had also joined Lu Ming's team recently. At this time, Ji Mai looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. In fact, when Ji Mai first entered the observatory, his mental energy fire had already broken through to the 7th level. During this period of time, he had made more progress and initially thought that he had finally surpassed Lu Ming. However, during this period of time, he realized that the gap between him and Lu Ming was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply unfathomable. After learning from the other Talisman sect disciples that Lu Ming could even kill the little demonic lord and could even tame the demon race's heavenly child Vitra, who was no weaker than the little demonic lord, he immediately dispelled the thought of competing with Lu Ming and was full of admiration for him. Ji Mai, did you find anything? Lu Ming smiled, stood up and asked. Zongzi, I've indeed discovered something. Ji Mai's expression was serious. What is it? Lu Ming asked. There's a possibility that there are chosen from our Talisman Amulet sect more than 300,000 kilometers away, but they're trapped in one place. Ji Mai said. Immediately, Ji Mai began to explain in detail. It turned out that he had been observing the situation within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. He had heard the sound of a battle outside a valley. He looked from afar and found that inscriptions were shining in the valley and flames were soaring into the sky. Someone was fighting. However, the aura was extremely powerful, far stronger than Ji Mai's. Ji Mai knew very well that there must be a heaven's favorite who was far stronger than him. If he attacked, he would only die. So, he hurried back to report to Lu Ming. His aura far surpassed Ji Mai's. He was definitely in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, or even higher. The person from the Talisman sect who was trapped was definitely no small matter. If Lu Ming's guess was right, there should be a paragon of the Talisman Amulet sect in the valley who had set up an array to resist the attacks of others. Ji Mai, lead the way. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. As for the Talisman Amulet sect disciples, they didn't have to worry about them. They had already set up a dense array in the vicinity. The advantage of the Talisman sect's disciples was that as long as they had the time, they could inscribe a powerful array formation, and defense was not a problem at all. Ji Mai nodded and flew away with Lu Ming. The two of them flew at top speed without stopping. It did not take long for them to arrive at the place Ji Mai mentioned. Boom! A purple flame shot up into the sky and covered half of the sky. At the same time, runes and arrays glowed, forming a light shield to block the attack of the flame. Purple heavenly fire, it's the Wang family. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He was all too familiar with the extreme purple heavenly fire. Wen Zhisher, do you think that hiding in there will be of any use? Sooner or later, I'll break through your formation, and you won't be able to escape. A cold voice rang out. It's senior brother Wen Qini. Ji Mai's expression changed. Wen Zongshi was one of the 13 candidates from the Talisman sect. He was also very famous among the 13 candidates. He was ranked 52nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, only one rank lower than brother Li Tian. But now, Wen Zhongyi was clearly in trouble. Wang Chen, I didn't offend you, and you're already trying to kill me. A voice came from the valley. Didn't you hear what my Wang clan's supreme martial artist said before we entered the battle of karmic luck? Kill anyone you see from the Talisman Amulet sect. You Talisman Amulet sect are really bold. Lu Ming is wanted by His Majesty, Martial Emperor De, and you dare to take him in. You're courting death. Who can you blame? The voice from before rang out. Huh, what a joke. I heard that the supreme martial artist of the Wang family was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. A dignified supreme martial artist almost died at the hands of a young man. No wonder he flew into a rage out of humiliation and took his anger out on our talisman amulet sect. In the valley, when Zhongtu's voice rang out. "You're looking for death." Accompanied by an angry roar, the light of the top-grade purple heavenly fire brightened. The light shield formed by the formation trembled continuously and was on the verge of collapse. Wang Chen, ranked 43rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Wang Chen, ranked 43rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. No wonder Wen Jishe was trapped here. Let's go. Lu Ming strode toward the valley. In a few breaths, they were close to the valley. From afar, he could see more than a dozen figures standing in the sky above the valley. There were both men and women, and at the very front, there was a purple-robed young man. His entire body was covered in monstrous flames, and he was constantly launching attacks at the bottom of the valley. This person must be Wang Chen. There were 3 young people in the valley, 2 men and 1 woman. A scholarly-looking man stood in front of Wang Chen, waving his hands continuously. Purple mental energy flames danced and formed an array to resist Wang Chen. Behind this person, there was another man and woman sitting cross-legged, their faces pale. They were obviously injured. Meng Jia. Lu Ming recognized the woman. She was Meng Jia, whom he had met during the competition. As for the young man, Lu Ming remembered him as well. He was Gong Fei, one of the 13 Zongzi candidates of the Talisman sect, ranked 77th on the list of top 1,000 talents. The one who was fighting with Wang Chen was, without a doubt, Wen Jishe. Who is it? As soon as Lu Ming and Ji Mai approached, those people heard the commotion and turned around to look at them. It's him. Lu Ming. When these people saw Lu Ming, they cried out in surprise. At the same time, their eyes were filled with a shocking killing intent. What? Lu Ming ignored the others and landed his gaze on 2 of them. A man and a woman. The woman was Wang Haoxian. She was still wearing a ring around her neck, and her face looked haggard. The aura on her body was weak. After so long, he was still at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Logically speaking, with Wang Haoxian's talent, he should have been able to reach the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm at the very least, or even higher. It was obvious that she was being controlled, and it was difficult for her to improve her cultivation. When she saw Lu Ming, her eyes lit up. As for the other young man, he was wearing a starry robe. He was actually from the Holy Star. After the battle on the sacred constellation and Mulan's wedding day, the sacred constellation had disappeared. He never thought that he would see it here. Lu Ming, it's you. Kill him. Saint Constellation said in a cold voice. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. His grandfather, Shangguan Zhongyuan, had been smashed to death by Lu Ming's divine 9-dragon cauldron in the Battle of 9 Dragons. He was a spiritual god realm powerhouse, but he had died just like that. With Shangguan Zhongyuan's death, the status of Shangguan Wuchen, Shangguan Wuling, and even the sacred constellation had plummeted in the Shangguan clan. If it were not for the fact that he had awakened the divine bloodline, he would have been in an even worse state. Therefore, when the new and old grudges were added up, one could imagine how much he hated Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Ji Mai, what are you guys doing here? Hurry up and leave. In the valley, Wen Zhongli also saw Lu Ming and Ji Mai and immediately shouted. Lu Ming and Ji Mai were no match for Wang Chen and the others. Furthermore, there were even more terrifying heaven's favorites here. I'll give you 3 chances. Ha ha ha, we've searched high and low for you, but you found it without any effort. Lu Ming, you've delivered yourself to our door. That's great. It saves us the trouble of looking for you. Wang Chen stopped and let out a wild laugh. Stop them, don't let them escape. You're courting death. Xingqingshan shouted and dashed toward Lu Ming and Ji Mai with a few other young men. Ji Mai's eyes were filled with solemnness. However, he held back his words when he saw Lu Ming's calm expression. In the next moment, a few young men, including the sacred constellation, surrounded Lu Ming. In front of them, Wang Haoxian looked worried. Lu Ming, at least you know your place. You know that you can't run away, so you didn't. However, even if you stay and beg for mercy, you'll still die today. Xingqingshan's eyes flickered with killing intent. At the same time, he looked confident. If he was not afraid of Ji Mai, he would have already attacked. Idiot! Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at the sacred constellation. He could see the cultivation of holy constellation with a single glance. Peak of the first-level spirit embryo realm. The cultivation of the sacred constellation had actually soared to this level. He must have obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to rise to this level. Back then, he had only been ranked at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents on the Holy Star. Now, he had actually made it to this level. No wonder he was so confident. With this cultivation, he could already make it into the top 200. You, what did you say? Bastard, what did you say? The holy constellation was furious that Lu Ming had called him an idiot in such a contemptuous manner. Now that his cultivation level had improved greatly, he was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. A loser who thinks he can be so arrogant in front of me just because he has some cultivation. If he isn't an idiot, what is he? Lu Ming swept a glance at the sacred constellation and then looked away to the front. Wang Qin held Wang Haoxian's shoulder and walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I can't help but be impressed by your abilities. Even the prodigy of the Wang family has fallen to your enigma. You're so close to me despite our grudges. You're really a bitch, a bitch. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands in front of this bitch and make her despair. Wang Qin stared at Wang Haoxian coldly. You'd better let her go. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Ha ha ha, your heart hurts. Then I'll make your heart hurt even more. Pa! As he spoke, Wang Qin slapped Wang Haoxian across the face. A handprint appeared on Wang Haoxian's face and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wang Haoxian glared at Wang Qin. Bitch, keep staring and I'll dig out your eyes. Wang Qin shouted coldly. Wang Haoxian, don't worry. I will make you pay for this slap. Lu Ming's expression calmed down, but his voice was very cold. Young Master Wang Qin, there's no need for you to kill this bastard. Let me do it. I have a grudge against Lu Ming. I'll kill him with my own hands today. Xingqingshan said. There's no need to kill him. Just cripple his cultivation first. I want him to beg for death. Wang Qin said coldly. Good, just what I want. After saying that, Xingqingshan strode out. Starlight emanated from his body, and 7 stars appeared above his head. The 3 golden chakras of the Big Dipper bloodline were shining. The sacred constellation had successfully awakened the 7 stars of the Big Dipper bloodline, reaching the 3rd level of the divine level. No wonder he was so confident. Lu Ming, I know that you've awakened a 2nd level divine level blood meridian. I can crush you now. Xingqingshan's eyes were bright and full of confidence. Back in 9 Dragons, the blood meridian that Lu Ming had displayed was a 2nd level divine blood meridian. Nonsense. Hurry up and attack. I'll give you 3 chances to attack. Try your best. This is the last chance I'm giving you. You won't have a chance to attack in the future. Lu Ming berated coldly. You're talking big, die. The Saint constellation was boiling with starlight, and it condensed into a starry long sword. It exuded a terrifying aura and stabbed toward Lu Ming's dantian. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation in one move. Whoosh! The starry longsword cut through the void like a shooting star streaking across the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming stood still, as if he did not see the sword gleam. He did not even release his protective essential core. You're acting. I'll see how you die if you're acting in front of me. Sheng Xingchen's eyes were cold. His vital essence burst out, and the speed of the long sword increased. Just as the long sword was about to hit Lu Ming, he moved and swung his palm. Bang! When the palm hit the star's sword crumbled like tofu. Sheng Xingchen was so scared that his eyes almost popped out. He exploded with all his power to stop his body from moving forward and retreated backward. After retreating 1,000 meters, Holy Star finally stopped. Then, his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not because he was injured by Lu Ming. He had originally continued to charge forward, but he had forcefully stopped his body and retreated. This reversal was too great. Under the surge of his essential core, he had suffered internal injuries. Damn it! Holy Constellation roared in his heart, and his ashamed face turned green and red. Lu Ming had not even made a move and he had already injured himself. It was really embarrassing. However, Lu Ming's slap just now was truly shocking. It had actually destroyed his sword gleam so easily. He had retreated in shock. What an idiot. First move, 2 more moves, treasure the opportunity. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his smile was full of contempt. Die, die. Lu Ming, go to hell. 7-star heart-killing sword. The Saint Starlight roared and its eyes turned red. The Big Dipper glowed in the endless void. It seemed to have turned into a sword light, falling from the sky and slashing at Lu Ming. This strike was extremely terrifying. It was several times stronger than the previous one. On the side, the other young men had grave expressions on their faces. The battle prowess of the sacred constellation had made them serious. In an instant, the sword light landed on Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming did the same as before and slapped him. With a bang, the sword light shattered. It was no different from the last time. At the scene, the others were stunned. It was beyond the expectations of many people that Lu Ming could defeat the attack of the Holy Constellation so easily. Lu Ming's combat strength is not weak. Wang Chen said, but his tone was still relaxed. That was because the sacred constellation was no different from an ant in his eyes. Even if Lu Ming was stronger than the sacred constellation, he was just a slightly stronger ant. He did not take it to heart. Although Lu Ming's combat strength isn't weak, compared to a prodigy like Wang Chen, there's still a huge gap. It's dangerous for him to stay here. In the valley, Gong Fei and Meng Jia had already finished recuperating and were looking outside with worried looks. Lu Ming looks very calm. He knows that Wang Chen is here, but he still dares to stay. He must be confident. We'll see how things go. If things don't look right, we'll charge out together. Wen Lezhang said. There's still one more move. Holy Star, is this all you've got? What a disappointment. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How is that possible, how is that possible? Holy Constellation roared in disbelief in his heart. Chapter 934 Ruined Sacred Star. Back in the Tianxian region, on his wedding day with Mulan, he was defeated by Lu Ming. He swore that one day, he would return the favor tenfold. He would defeat Lu Ming. For this reason, he cultivated with great effort. With the help of the Shangguan family, he made rapid progress. At that time, he also heard the news that Lu Ming had entered 9 dragons and even beat up his mother. At that time, he wanted to seek revenge on Lu Ming. However, later on, there was news that Shangguan Jinjue, the pride of the Shangguan family, had been killed. Later on, there were more and more news of Lu Ming fighting against other pride of the Shangguan family. It was obvious that Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed his. This made him jealous and mad. It made him cultivate even more desperately. He wanted to awaken the divine bloodline and suppress Lu Ming. However, before he could awaken his divine bloodline, Lu Ming had overpowered everyone at the social gathering and even defeated the prince of the ancient dynasty in the central continent. Later on, it even directly triggered the war in Nine Dragons. In that battle, not only was his grandfather, Shengguan Zhongyuan, killed, but even the supreme being of the Wang family was almost killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming even managed to escape from Nine Dragons. After that battle, Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. However, the sacred constellation was not discouraged. He believed that Lu Ming had only relied on the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron in that battle. He did not know what method Lu Ming had used to control the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Even without the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he could still defeat Lu Ming. Later on, he had successfully awakened a third-level divine bloodline, greatly increasing his confidence. During the Battle of Providence, he had obtained a great opportunity, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the first level of the spirit embryo realm. He was even more confident and felt that he could easily crush Lu Ming. However, everything that had happened just now, including Lu Ming's two simple moves, had completely crushed his confidence. It turned out that in front of Lu Ming, he was so small and vulnerable. No, I must kill him. I will. Saint Constellation's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into a 7-star bloodline. He burst out with absolute power and charged toward Lu Ming. If he did not kill Lu Ming, he would not be at ease. His heart of martial arts would collapse, and it would be difficult for him to make any progress in his martial arts cultivation. The vast starlight pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it. He directly punched the starlight. Boom! The starlight trembled, and a scream came from within. Then, the starlight collapsed and transformed back into the shape of the holy star. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a pool of mud. He lay there in despair. His aura was low and there was no fluctuation of true essence at all. Lu Ming's punch just now had already destroyed his spirit embryo and crippled his cultivation. I've said that those 3 moves are your last chance to attack. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the sacred constellation and no longer looked at him. On the side, the other young men retreated in shock. They were also prodigies, but their battle prowess couldn't compare to the sacred constellation, so they were naturally shocked. Wang Chen, it's your turn. Lu Ming shifted his gaze to Wang Chen. Hee, you think you can fight me just because you defeated a piece of trash? What a joke. Fine, I'll let you see how big the gap between you and me is. Wang Chen laughed contemptuously as he slowly took a step forward. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Boom! 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 The top-grade purple heavenly fire on Wang Chen's body shot up into the sky. It was as if half of the sky had been dyed with a layer of purple light. The flames roared, and Wang Chen's eyes turned cold. 5th level spirit embryo realm. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint cold smile. The 5th level of the spirit embryo realm was only 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. Wang Haoxian, watch how I cripple him. After I cripple him, I'll cripple your cultivation and sell you off after the Battle of Providence is over. I'll let you know the consequences of betraying the Wang family. Wang Chen's voice spread far and wide, causing Wang Haoxian's face to turn pale. Wang Chong said something similar before, but he's already dead. Now, I'll send you down to accompany him. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. You killed Wang Chong. Humph. Then you deserve to die even more. Wang Chen's killing intent soared. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. With 4 intense Revo levering around him, he activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch as well. Boom! The two fists collided and the air trembled. Wang Chen's body swayed and he staggered backward. Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not retreat a single step. The others widened their eyes and gasped in shock. How was it possible that Lu Ming could force Wang Chen to retreat with one punch? Although the crowd was shocked when Lu Ming crushed the sacred constellation so easily, it was just a surprise. No one thought that Lu Ming could fight Wang Chen. There was a huge difference between the Holy Star and Wang Chen, and there was no way to compare. Wang Haoxian's eyes shone with a shocking light. In the valley, when Qishe, Gong Fei, and Meng Jia's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a look of surprise. Wang Chen, on the other hand, was furious. Damn it! Wang Chen bellowed, his killing intent soaring. He had actually been forced back by Lu Ming. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had expected to beat Lu Ming half to death with a single punch. Lu Ming, you must have used all your strength in that punch just now, right? But let me tell you, I only used half of my strength. Don't think you can stop me. Wang Chen said coldly. Oh. Was it? I only used 20% of my strength just now. Lu Ming said casually. Nonsense, you're talking big. Strength can't be determined by words. Die. Wang Chen's aura grew even stronger as he punched out with his divine fist of flames, sending heaven and earth into chaos. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was not wrong. He had only used 20% of his strength just now. However, obviously, no one believed him. Then let the facts speak for themselves. He stepped forward and threw another punch. This time, the power was even stronger. It collided with Wang Chen's fist again, and Wang Chen was forced to retreat again. This time, there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. His strength had increased, and Lu Ming's strength had increased as well. He could not accept that Lu Ming could still crush him. At the same time, he was a little shocked. Could it be that what Lu Ming said just now was true? Did he really only use 20% of his strength? Impossible, it was impossible. Kill. A cold killing intent burst out from Wang Chen's body. His bloodline emerged, and 5 golden chakras dazzled as he transformed into a ball of purple flames. Divine level rank 5 bloodline. In fact, most of the top 100 on the list of top 1000 talents had 5th grade divine level bloodlines, and only a few had reached 6th grade divine level. One should know that the 6 supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families only had 6th level divine level bloodlines. How many supreme martial artists were there in the entire East continent? They were all accumulated over the years. Whoosh! The flame turned into a sword and slashed down at Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as Lu Ming burst out with 2 streams of dragon energy. His body swelled and scales appeared on his skin, making him look demonic. Bang! He threw out a punch and it hit the flame sword heavily. The sword made a violent sound and kept shaking. Sparks flew in all directions and the sword was sent flying. The great battle with Nangong Bo. Lu Ming took a series of steps and punched continuously. His fists were like 2 huge iron hammers, constantly bombarding the flaming sword. The flaming sword trembled violently and had no power to fight back. At the side, the other members of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace looked at this scene in shock. Their eyes widened and they could not believe it. Wang Chen, ranked 43rd on the list of top 1000 talents, had been completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He could not even fight back. Who would have believed it if they had not seen it with their own eyes? Back at the 9 Dragons 3-sect exchange meet, Lu Ming was indeed very strong. However, there was still a huge gap between him and the top 100. How long had it been since then, and Lu Ming had already reached this stage? Everyone in the top 100 was a prodigy among prodigies. Lu Ming had improved, and so had they. It could only be said that Lu Ming's improvement was too terrifying. Boom! 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 The iron fist continued to bombard the flaming sword. Finally, with a loud bang, the flaming sword exploded and turned into flames. The flames drifted back and then condensed back into Wang Chen's appearance. However, the current Wang Chen was in a sorry state. His face was pale and blood was flowing out of his mouth. His aura was weak and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. He looked at Lu Ming in shock and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged forward. Today, Wang Chen must die. Nangong Bo, save me! Wang Chen shouted as he retreated. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he continued to charge forward. Stop! Die! A young man shouted coldly. He stepped on the air and pointed his finger. A phoenix's cry was heard and a fiery red phoenix flew out and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch and crushed the phoenix, then continued to attack Wang Chen. How dare you? You don't seem to have heard what I said. The young man's eyes were cold and his body glowed. With a tremble, he appeared in front of Wang Chen, his eyes emitting a sharp light. A terrifying aura burst forth from his body, far above that of Wang Chen's. Nangong Bo, ranked 32nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, was a heaven's favorite of the Nangong family, one of the 6 great ancient families. Nangong Bo is about to make his move. In the valley, when Zhongli's eyes turned serious. The spiritual fire between his eyebrows jumped, ready to attack at any time. Nangong Bo was not someone Wang Chen could compare to. Nangong Bo, if you block me again, I'll kill you too. Lu Ming shouted coldly and pressed forward. He, kill me as well. Let's see how you're going to kill me. Nangong Bo's eyes were cold, and the fiery red light on his body became even stronger. That kind of light seemed like fire, but it wasn't fire. There seemed to be a phoenix's long cry in the light. The Azure Phoenix Spirit Seal was the Nangong family's strongest technique. Get lost. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. He threw a punch. Nangong Bo struck out with his palm and a phoenix's cry rang out. A phoenix condensed and flew towards Lu Ming. As it flapped its wings, a terrifying killing intent overflowed. This was a phoenix condensed from the Blue Phoenix Spirit Seal. It had terrifying power and looked good, but it was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's fist collided with the phoenix without a sound. However, Lu Ming's expression changed and he could not help but take a few steps back. He felt a tearing pain on his fist. He glanced around and found that the scales on his fist had cracked and blood was oozing out. What a terrifying Azure Phoenix Spirit Seal. It was silent and deadly. Furthermore, Nangong Bo's cultivation was also very frightening. He had reached the early stage of the 6th level Spirit Embryo realm, and his strength was much stronger than Wang Chen. Buzz! The cry of the phoenix rose again as Nangong Bo stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, another phoenix flew out, filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. He was extremely powerful. Then I'll kill you too. Lu Ming snorted coldly and the dragon energy in his body burst out again. With the eruption of 5 dragon energies, Lu Ming's strength increased by several times. With a single punch, the phoenix crumbled. Why would I? Nangong Bo was shocked. He waved his hands and 2 phoenixes rushed out. Lu Ming waved his fists, courageous and unrivaled. The true energy in his body whistled, and the 4 concepts were activated. He circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and its power was extremely strong. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming strode forward, breaking down madly. Nangong Bo's expression was extremely unsightly. The phoenix's cry continued, and his entire body glowed. His fingers continued to form seals in the air, and another phoenix flew out. This phoenix seemed to have a breath of life, and its power was even more powerful. Lu Ming continued to punch for a few days. The sky was like a thunderclap. He punched 8 times in a row before he finally broke the phoenix. However, Nangong Bo condensed another phoenix. Nangong Bo was indeed very powerful. The Heaven's Pride experts who were ranked higher on the list of top 1,000 talents would have a higher combat strength than those who were ranked lower on the list, even if they were at the same cultivation level. Otherwise, how could they be ranked at the top? Behind Nangong Bo, Wang Chen was overjoyed. With Nangong Bo around, he wouldn't die. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he pondered how he could kill Lu Ming. Today, he was actually crushed by the people inside. He had lost a lot of face and must take revenge. His eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Haoxian. He sneered and flew towards Wang Haoxian. "What are you doing?" Wang Haoxian was shocked and quickly retreated. "Since Lu Ming is so concerned about you, I'll kill you in front of him." "Hee hee." Wang Chen sneered. He wanted to kill Wang Haoxian in front of Lu Ming and distract Lu Ming so that he would be killed by Nangong Zhan. "Wang Chen, you're looking for death." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he kept punching. However, Nangong Bo's combat strength was so strong that he was holding Lu Ming back. For the time being, Lu Ming could not break out. "Hee hee, I'm indeed anxious." Wang Chen laughed coldly and walked towards Wang Haoxian. Buzz. Suddenly, the space lit up and countless inscriptions glowed. A formation appeared and several ice dragons formed, pouncing towards Wang Chen. Wen Jishe. Wang Chen was furious. Flames filled the air as he fought the ice dragon. However, he had been injured by Lu Ming earlier and his combat strength had been weakened. He could not break this array at all. Wen Jishe, Gong Fei, and Meng Jia stepped through the air. With every step they took, runes would appear under their feet. Runes would appear in the air. "Not good, they're setting up a formation, stop them. Kill." At the side, the other geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace roared. Their true energy exploded and they charged towards Wen Zhongli and the others. However, the formation glowed and the ice sword pierced through the air. A few Heaven's favorites screamed as they were killed by the ice sword. "Wen Qishe, how dare you kill the supreme talent of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? You must die." Nangong Bo bellowed. "You should worry about yourself." 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. He transformed into 9 dragons. Nangong Bo's pupils shrank. A fiery red phoenix appeared above his head. It was also a level 5 divine level expert, and he had transformed into a phoenix. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and the devouring power burst out. He stepped into the void and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The phoenix let out a long cry and also used its killer move to fight against the 9 dragons. A dragon and a phoenix fought in the sky. It was as if they had returned to the ancient times when hundreds of beasts fought for supremacy and the dragon and phoenix fought. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. The more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. He began to suppress Nangong Bo. Phoenixes and true dragons were on the same level, but the 9 dragons were stronger than ordinary true dragons. They were known as the top 10 battle beasts, the 10 most powerful divine beasts in the world, and their battle strength was unparalleled. Even if the bloodline level was the same, the 9-dragon bloodline could suppress the phoenix bloodline. The 9 Great Forbidden Grounds. Puchi. The 9 dragons showed their might and tore one of the phoenix's wings. The phoenix let out a wail, and its aura weakened as it rapidly retreated. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps of the 9 dragons' footwork chased after the phoenix, and its 9 claws struck out in succession. Wounds appeared on the phoenix's body. It wailed and its eyes were filled with fear. With a final cry, the phoenix turned around and ran. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. Nangong Bo had escaped. Lu Ming did not pursue him. Nangong Bo's combat strength was very strong, and his cultivation was 2 levels higher than his. Even if Lu Ming could win, it would not be easy to kill Nangong Bo. Run! Nangong Bo's escape caused the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to be in a state of chaos. Each and every one of them cried out in fear and wanted to escape. However, the inscriptions around them glowed and a formation appeared, trapping them. When Jisher, Gong Fei, Meng Jia, and Ji Mai attacked at the same time, trapping them in the area. Lu Ming, who had transformed into the 9 dragons, took a step forward and appeared in front of Wang Chen. He looked at him coldly. No, damn it. Wang Chen was terrified, his entire body emitting cold air. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so terrifying that even Nangong Bo was not his match. He was seriously injured by Lu Ming and had to escape alone. Lu Ming did not use his full strength in the battle with him just now. Who? Lu Ming grabbed with his claws. Puchi. Although Wang Chen tried his best to resist, one of his arms was still torn off. He screamed in pain, his eyes filled with despair. Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. He stepped forward and punched out with both fists. Bang! Bang! Wang Chen was completely unable to resist and was severely injured. In the end, Lu Ming punched his dantian, shattering his spirit embryo and turning it into a waste. Ah! Wang Chen screamed hysterically, his voice filled with despair and hatred. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you offend the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and His Majesty, the Martial Emperor? After the Battle of Providence is over, you'll definitely die at His Majesty's hands. You definitely will. Wang Chen let out a venomous cry. With his cultivation crippled, he knew that he was finished. Even if Lu Ming did not kill him, he would die in this world. Wang Haoxian, if he wants to kill you, then I'll let you kill him. Lu Ming looked at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian stepped on the air and formed a long sword of fire in his hand. He looked at Wang Chen with a murderous look. Wang Haoxian, you bitch. You betrayed the Wang family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You will die sooner or later. Wang Chen shouted. Whoosh! The sword light slashed across, and Wang Chen's head flew far away. Ah, no, spare me, spare me. I don't want to die. The other paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace started to beg for mercy. However, when Zhongli and the rest did not show any mercy. A formation appeared and not long after, everyone from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was killed. Lu Ming controlled the bloodline of the 9 dragons and devoured the blood essence of the disciples of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, turning them into dried corpses. Wen Qini and the rest looked at Lu Ming's blood meridian in shock. It was the first time they had seen such a domineering bloodline. Lu Ming, thank you very much for this. Wen Jisher stepped forward and cupped his fists. On the side, Gong Fei and the Meng family members bowed in unison. Their eyes were filled with surprise and even shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He had completely surpassed them. Now, in terms of combat strength alone, Lu Ming could be ranked in the top few among the 14 candidates of the Talisman Amulet sect. There were only a few who could surpass Lu Ming. The key was that Lu Ming had improved too quickly. If this continued, he would surpass most of the people and be on par with Huan Zhen. You're too kind. We're all from the same sect, so it's only right for us to help each other. Furthermore, before the Battle of Kismet, the elders also instructed us to be united. Lu Ming smiled. Wen Xinyi and the rest had a better impression of Lu Ming. He was powerful, but he was not arrogant or overbearing. He gave off the feeling of a spring breeze. They knew that Lu Ming was someone they could befriend. Brother Wen, Brother Gong, there are still many of our talisman amulet sect's senior and junior brothers not far from here. Let's meet up there. Lu Ming said. All right. Wen Zhongli and the rest nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they flew towards the gathering place of the talisman amulet sect disciples. On the way, Lu Ming also understood why Wen Qini and the rest were being attacked. It was obvious that the talisman sect had been targeted in the Battle of Providence. Not only the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, but even the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley would either kill or capture the talisman amulet sect's disciples and help them break some of the array formations in the ruins. During this period of time, many talisman sect disciples had died. Wen Zhongli and the other two had also bumped into Wang Chen, Nangong Bo and the rest. Without a word, Wang Chen and the rest had attacked Wen Zhongli and the rest. If it were not for Wen Zhongli and the rest desperately setting up a defensive formation in the valley while Nangong Bo and Wang Chen had the mentality of a cat and mouse game and wanted to play slowly, they would have been in danger before Lu Ming arrived. Lu Ming and Ji Mike gritted their teeth. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the other two great powers really thought that the talisman amulet sect was easy to bully. The five of them chatted as they flew. Suddenly, the five people's eyes moved, and they all stopped. The books of destiny appeared in front of the five of them. Lu Ming looked at the book of destiny and saw a line of words appearing on it. One of the totem pillars had appeared in the 9 forbidden grounds, and only by gathering all 10 of them could one open the ancient city of Providence. The totem pillar? Could it be that the ultimate treasure to open the ancient city of Kismet is this so-called totem pillar? Ji Mai's voice was filled with shock. The five of them put away the book of destiny and looked at each other. It was obvious that the five of them had received the same information. That should be the case. The totem pillars are the key to opening the ancient city of Providence. I didn't expect one of them to be in one of the 9 forbidden grounds, and one of them has already appeared. I wonder who has it. Wen Lezhang said. Lu Ming knew about the 9 forbidden grounds as well. Previously, he had learned from the three-eyed god that there were 9 most dangerous places in this world. The 9 forbidden grounds that the three-eyed god race called the forbidden grounds were precisely the 9 forbidden grounds. The 9 forbidden grounds were many times more dangerous than the other ruins. This world was very strange. There were some relics that were not very dangerous to Lu Ming and the others, but they were fatal to the three-eyed god race. Once the three-eyed god race set foot in them, they would be wiped out immediately. These legacy sites seemed to be specially designed to test Lu Ming and the others who were participating in the Battle of Providence. This made Lu Ming feel even more that there seemed to be an inexplicable big hand behind his back that was controlling everything. As for the 9 forbidden grounds, they were the most dangerous of all dangers to the three-eyed god race. Lu Ming had learned about it before, but he did not think about going there. He guessed that the 9 forbidden grounds were the most important places for testing. There must be amazing treasures in there, but they were often accompanied by danger. If one went there before he had the ability, he would be courting death. But now, it seemed like he had no choice but to go. Because even if he didn't go, others would go. The Sky Poison Island. The Battle of Karmic Luck was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was about a year's time. It was mainly a trial process. During this process, they would explore some ruins and treasure lands to obtain opportunities and obtain fate value. There was also the method of obtaining luck through killing. During this process, he could also continuously improve his strength. The second stage was to open the ancient city of Providence and start the final battle. However, in order to open the ancient city of Providence, there were some conditions. For example, one had to gather some specific treasures before the ancient city of Providence would appear. Only when the ancient city of Providence appeared would the value of Providence obtained from the Battle of Providence be of great use. It would be able to truly turn into Providence, allowing one's sect, family, and friends to obtain great benefits. If he couldn't activate the ancient city of Providence, the Battle of Providence would end once the time was up. The providence he had obtained during the process would be useless, and it would mean that he had failed in the Battle of Providence. Other than some opportunities that he had obtained during this period of time, there was no other use. Therefore, opening the ancient city of Providence was the key. It was obvious that the ancient city of Providence had been opened using the same totem pillars. In the 9 forbidden grounds, only by entering the 9 forbidden grounds could one obtain the totem pillars. And now, someone had already obtained a totem pole. Needless to say, obtaining a totem pole would definitely give him a huge amount of luck. The few of them looked at each other. Lu Ming said, "The forbidden area closest to us is one of the 9 forbidden areas, the Sky Poison Island. Let's go to the meeting place first and discuss our next move," Lu Ming suggested. The group nodded and continued flying. Not long after, the group returned to the Talisman Amulet sect's gathering place. The Talisman sect's disciples were naturally overjoyed to see Wen Zhongtu and the others. After that, Lu Ming gathered the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples to discuss the 9 forbidden grounds. It was obvious that everyone's Book of Destiny had received the same message. Many people shook their heads and chose to back out. "I'm not going either. The 9 forbidden grounds definitely contain great opportunities, but they are also extremely dangerous. At the same time, all the geniuses will definitely gather in the 9 forbidden grounds, which are the places where the strongest geniuses fight for. Even if I go, I won't be able to obtain any opportunities." Ji Mai shook his head and sighed. Although he was quite powerful, he was still far from the top 1,000 talents on the list. Then, Meng Jia shook her head, indicating that she was not going. In the end, only Lu Ming, Wen Jishe, and Gong Fei decided to go. As for the other Talisman sect disciples, they planned to gather together and find a good place to inscribe a large formation. They would use it as their base camp and then explore the nearby area to obtain opportunities. Lu Ming nodded. This was the best choice. If one didn't have enough power, going to the 9 forbidden lands would just be throwing their lives away. After the discussion, Lu Ming, Wen Zhongtu, and Gong Fei bade farewell to the rest and flew in the direction of one of the 9 forbidden areas, the Sky Poison Island. "Xiao Jin, increase our speed," Lu Ming urged as he sat cross-legged on the back of a fierce golden tiger, Wen Jishe and Gong Fei. "Roar!" The golden tiger let out an unwilling roar. The golden tiger was naturally the Vajra. At this moment, he had grown to more than 20 meters long. He stepped on the air and ran at an extreme speed. In his heart, he was roaring furiously. Forget it that Lu Ming treated him as a mount. He even let others ride on him. Forget it that he let others ride on him. But why did he call him Xiao Jin? Xiao Jin. He was a peerless genius of the demon race with 50% of the divine beast bloodline. Lu Ming actually called him Xiao Jin. King Kong almost vomited blood. His name was so powerful, but he was called Little Gold. When Lu Ming first called out, King Kong was against it, as if he would rather die than submit. When Lu Ming said, "You want to have a taste of the God-splitting array again, right?" King Kong could only accept his fate, his heart full of resentment towards Lu Ming. "What are you shouting for? Are you trying to scare me? Hurry!" Lu Ming slapped King Kong's head, causing King Kong to grimace in pain and run away. He had already cursed Lu Ming tens of thousands of times in his heart. Wen Jishe. Gong Fei's head was covered in cold sweat. He was truly convinced by Lu Ming. To actually be able to tame a demon race's heaven's pride as a mount and even make it so submissive, it was truly amazing. The three of them closed their eyes and rested on the back of the Vajra. The Vajra was running extremely fast. Not long after, they crossed a distance of over 1,000,000 li. This place was not far from the Sky Poison Island. Lu Ming had Vajra transform into his human form while Lu Ming, Wen Jishe, and Gong Fei changed their appearances and clothes. They concealed their auras and flew toward the Sky Poison Island. The Talisman Amulet sect was being targeted, and Lu Ming was the target of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley. It would be troublesome if he appeared with his true appearance. It was better to disguise himself. After changing their appearances, the four of them flew forward. It was getting more and more desolate ahead. There were mountains everywhere, but on the mountains, there was a dead silence and no life. Tens of thousands of miles later, there was a large depression in the mountains. It was a huge lake, and it was difficult to see the end. On the surface of the lake, green fog was spreading, blocking one's line of sight. One couldn't see far at all. One could only vaguely see that in the center of the lake, there was a huge object. It was the Sky Poison Island. On the lakeshore, there were many figures standing. They were only looking into the distance, and no one flew into the lake. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they only cast a cold glance at them and turned away. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A few figures flew over from the distance and landed on the lakeshore. These people had thick demonic chi. They were the talents of the heavenly monster tribe. This is the Sky Poison Island. A few of the demon race's heaven's favorites looked excited. Why don't you guys go in? A young man from the demon race, who was wearing colorful clothes, asked the others. Can't you see? The surface of the lake is filled with poisonous gas. How do we cross it? A human youth said. From his clothes, he should be a genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A mere poisonous gas is enough to stop all of you. What a bunch of trash. You still want to fight for the totem pole? Go home. The colorful clothed young man sneered. He stepped on the air and turned into a colorful python, flying toward the lake. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. The colorful giant python was very fast. In a few breaths, it had rushed into the lake and into the green mist. However, as soon as he charged into the green mist, he let out a shrill scream. His colorful body actually let out a sizzling sound and began to rot. The colorful giant python desperately flew back, but after flying for a few miles, it fell into the lake with a scream. Its body rotted, and soon, only white bones were left. What a terrifying poisonous gas! Lu Ming, Wen Qishu, and Gong Fei's eyes turned grave. The rainbow-colored giant python had already reached the 7th level, which was equivalent to the cultivation of the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Yet, it was unable to put up any resistance and was poisoned to death. How did this happen? The expressions of the other demon race heaven's favorites who came with the colorful python changed. What an idiot. Didn't you do any investigation before coming here? The poisonous gas in this lake is extremely poisonous, and it's impossible to cross it. But every 3 months, the poisonous gas in the lake will dissipate for 7 days, and that's the best chance to enter the Sky Poison Island. Now, there's still half a month before the poisonous gas dissipates. Just wait. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. Demonic Lord Luo Tian. The expressions of Lu Ming, Wen Qini, and the rest changed slightly. They had not known about this beforehand. If they had not been more cautious and rushed in rashly, they would have been in danger. No wonder these people were all standing by the lakeshore and didn't go over. Lu Ming and the rest observed for a while and left the place. Since there was still half a month before the poisonous fog dissipated, they found a place nearby to cultivate and wait for the time to pass. 10 miles away, on a small mountain peak, 4 people sat cross-legged, waiting for time to pass. Time flew by, and the days went by. There were more and more people in this area, but most of them only took a glance and waited nearby. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming and the other 3 returned to the shore. From the barren mountains around them, figures flew over. Before long, Hundreds of people had gathered here. Those who dared to come here to fight for the opportunities were not weak. They were all experts. Of course, there were also those who wanted to try their luck. Boom! In the sky, an extremely powerful pressure spread down, pressing on everyone's hearts. Damn, who is it? Who are you? A burly young man shouted and looked up. But the next moment, his expression changed and cold sweat dripped down his face. In the sky, a black-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back, demonic chi soaring to the sky. His face was sharp and cold, and his eyes were shining like two demonic blades. Luo Tian, the demonic lord Luo Tian. Someone exclaimed. Luo Tian, ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Many people's expressions changed and their hearts sank. They didn't expect him to come. This is Luo Tian. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had killed Luo Tian's younger brother, the little demon lord Luo Li. It seems like Luo Tian already knows that I killed his brother. Lu Ming's gaze landed on brother Litian, who was standing not far away from Luo Tian. It seems like brother Li Tian didn't die at the hands of the three-eyed god race. Since brother Litian was with Luo Tian should have known that he had killed Luo Li. However, he was currently in disguise and had concealed his aura, so he was not afraid. Luo Tian, I didn't know it was you just now. Take back your words. The burly young man's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with fear as he stuttered. People have to be responsible for their own words. Luo Tian's eyes were cold, but his voice was calm. He waved his hand. A pitch-black blade aura tore through the void and slashed at the burly youth. Let's go. The brawny young man turned around and fled without hesitation. However, Luo Tian frowned slightly and waved his palm again. The power of the saber light suddenly increased. It instantly cut through the void and slashed at the burly youth's head. No! The burly young man roared. The blade light slashed and the stout youth was cut in half. All the other heaven's favorites around kept quiet. The demonic lord Luo Tian was famous in the Eastern Barren territory for his ruthless methods. After seeing him today, it was indeed the case. The burly young man had just unintentionally said a word of curse, and he had gotten himself killed. It could be seen how overbearing he was. Moreover, the burly young man was a genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Even if they were from the same sect, he had been killed by Luo Tian because of a single sentence. Luo Tian, you're very impressive. You can only show off your power here. At this time, a mocking voice was heard. Everyone was shocked. Who was it? He actually dared to tell Luo Tian the truth. Did he not want to live? In the sky, a golden light flashed and a figure appeared. It was a golden-haired young man with a jade-like face. He was wearing a golden feather robe and was filled with a luxurious aura. His body emitted a golden light, and in the light, a golden divine bird could be seen flying and chirping. The Golden Wan. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the golden divine bird in the light. This was a demon race heaven's favorite. The Golden Pool. Luo Tian slowly uttered a name. His eyes were solemn. The others were also greatly shocked. Although the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents, some of their extremely powerful talents were still eye-catching. The Golden Pool had the bloodline of the divine bird, the Golden One. It was said that the bloodline was at least 60% thick. It could be ranked in the top 5 among the Heavenly Demon Valley's geniuses and was more famous than Luo Tian. No wonder this person dared to look down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian, with me here, don't even think about getting the totem pole on the Sky Poison Island. Jin Qi looked at Luo Tian with a cold smile. Not necessarily. Whoever can get it depends on ability, but it also depends on luck and opportunity. Luo Tian said. Ha ha ha, luck. Chance. I have the strength to crush everything, why do I need luck and opportunity? Only the weak would say that. Jin Qi laughed. Luo Tian's expression was ugly. If anyone else dared to speak to him like this, he would have cut them down with his saber. However, he was not confident about Jin Qi. He felt a strong sense of danger from the golden pool. The poisonous mist is starting to disperse. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked forward and saw that the thick green poison mist was rapidly dissipating as if a strong wind was blowing on the surface of the lake. The scene in the lake also became clear. In the center of the lake was an extremely huge island. It was about 10,000 miles away from the shore. That was the Sky Poison Island. Buzz. The golden pool was the first to move. It turned into a golden light and flew toward the Sky Poison Island. After that, Luo Tian and the other Heaven's Pride experts also began to move. They were all afraid of being left behind as they flew towards the Sky Poison Island. Lu Ming and the other three blended into the crowd and flew together. The journey of 10,000 miles only took a few minutes for them. As they neared the island, many people stopped. The island was covered in dense forests, which was completely different from the outside world. In the sky above the forest, there was a thick green mist rolling like green clouds. However, in the forest below, there was only a faint green mist. Compared to the sky, it was many times thinner. I think the golden pool has already rushed in. Although there is poisonous gas in this forest, it is far from comparable to the poisonous gas in the lake or in the sky. It should be able to resist. That's right, as long as we don't fly into the sky, we should be fine. Let's go. One by one, the figures rushed into the island and disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and the other three gathered together and landed in the forest. Chi. As soon as they landed in the forest, they heard a sizzling sound. It was the green mist corroding their protective Zhenyuan. However, it was not very strong, so they could easily block it. The four of them followed the forest and rushed toward the depths of the island. Ah! Not long after, they heard a shrill scream. There's danger. The four of them looked at each other, slowed down, and focused their attention as they headed in the direction of the scream. Soon, they found a young man lying on the ground, no longer breathing. A pitch-black poisonous scorpion was lying on the young man's body and biting him. Chapter 939 Life Potion. Poisonous Insects. It was obvious that this island not only had poisonous gas, but also poisonous insects. Whoosh! The fist-sized poisonous scorpion had obviously discovered them. It moved its body and turned into a black light, shooting toward King Kong. You're looking for death. Die! King Kong shouted. A big knife appeared in his hand and he slashed at the scorpion accurately. Clang! The sound of metal hitting metal rang out, and Scorpion was sent flying far away. He crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. But the next moment, the scorpion shook its body and crawled out of the ground. Nest, what a tough body. It didn't get cut in half by my saber. King Kong was slightly surprised. Although he had just casually slashed it, he was holding a 7th-level spiritual weapon. The poisonous scorpion didn't die from that slash. No wonder he was able to kill a young Heaven's Pride expert. Whoosh! The black poisonous scorpion pounced at King Kong again. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? King Kong grinned, put away his big blade, and swung his claw. Whoosh! The sharp claw radiance tore through the air and scratched the poisonous scorpion, making an unpleasant sizzling sound. The poisonous scorpion could not withstand King Kong's sharp claws and was torn into pieces. After that, the group became much more careful and headed deeper into the island. Their speed was also much slower. This is the poison heart wood. After 100 miles, when Zhongtu suddenly stopped. He found a fragrant tree as thick as an arm. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure here. Gong Fei's eyes also lit up. This was a top-notch level 7 spirit wood. If it was used to refine pills, it would have a powerful detoxification effect. In a highly toxic place, there was an antidote. I'm afraid there are many treasures in this place. Gong Fei said. Let's collect them first. When we get out of the Sky Poison Island, we'll divide them equally. Naturally, no one had any objections to Wen Jishi's suggestion. After that, Wen Zhongli dug out the poisonous heart wood and put it away. As they continued to move forward, they discovered spiritual herbs from time to time. They were all at least level 6, and some were even level 7. The most shocking thing was that they even found 2 level 8 spiritual herbs. Not only spiritual herbs, but also some precious ores. He also found a few. There's a corpse. As they moved forward, they found a corpse, but it was already in tatters. It was obvious that it had been bitten by poisonous insects. This place was full of opportunities, but it was also full of danger. More than 100 people had come in, and it was unknown how many people would die here. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. Guys, look! There's something in the ground. Gong Fei suddenly exclaimed. On the ground in front of them, a large piece of land was protruding, and that protrusion was moving towards them at an extremely fast speed. When Zhongli stepped on the ground and a formation appeared. A battle sword formed and slashed towards the bump. Bang! The protruding part was cut, but the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Countless black poisonous scorpions rushed out from the ground and charged toward the 4 of them. They were densely packed, and it was unknown how many there were. This poisonous scorpion was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming, Wen Qixi and Gong Fei began to inscribe inscriptions at the same time. A formation appeared on the ground, and a light screen appeared in front of the 4. Bang! 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 Countless scorpions crashed into the light screen, causing it to shake violently. Following that, the light screens shattered one after another. Lu Ming and the rest's expressions changed drastically. These light screens were all condensed by a level 7 primary formation technique, yet they were easily broken. Let's go, there are too many scorpions, we can't kill them all. Run! Lu Ming shouted. The 4 of them turned around and ran at top speed. Scorpion was in hot pursuit. However, with every step that Lu Ming, Wen Zhongli, and Gong Fei took, a large array would appear on the ground, forming a light screen to block the poisonous scorpions. Therefore, the speed of the poisonous scorpions was greatly reduced. Before long, the 4 of them had shaken off the many poisonous scorpions. Whoosh! At this moment, a scarlet object pierced through the air, emitting a disgusting smell. It was aimed at Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming's expression changed. With 4 concepts surrounding him, he struck out with his palm. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a huge force surge towards him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and the scarlet thing was also sent flying. A fish? Lu Ming could not help but be shocked when he saw the thing that sneaked an attack on him. It was a big colorful fish that was more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in scales, but it actually had a pair of wings. It flew in the air, and a scarlet tongue stretched out from its big mouth. It was this big fish that had sneaked an attack on Lu Ming just now. What kind of monster is this? Wen Jishi also said in a deep voice. Ga ga. The big fish let out a strange cry. It flapped its wings and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed out. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and slashed at the strange fish with his palm. The strange fish's scarlet tongue curled like a soft whip and rolled toward Lu Ming. Bang! His palm struck the strange fish's tongue and the tongue exploded. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to charge at the strange fish. The strange fish let out a strange cry and spat out a dense green poisonous gas from its mouth. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and covered his body, instantly devouring the poisonous gas. He dashed forward and struck the head of the strange fish with his palm. The strange fish exploded with a bang. The strength of this strange fish was not weaker than the third level of the spirit embryo realm. With the addition of the poisonous gas, it was even more terrifying. However, when it encountered Lu Ming, it was naturally killed easily. However, this also showed how dangerous it was. After all, how many people could have combat strength like Lu Ming's? Many geniuses would die when they encountered this strange fish. There seems to be something over there. King Kong's nose twitched a few times, as if he had smelled something. He looked to the right. That was the direction where the strange fish had appeared. Let's go and take a look. The four of them went to the right, and not long after, a few more strange fish appeared and charged at them. These strange fish seemed to be guarding something. There should be a treasure. The four of them seemed to have thought of something and attacked with all their might. A few strange fish were easily killed and they continued to move forward. Along the way, they killed more than a dozen strange fish. They saw a cliff wall, and on the cliff wall, there was a small puddle. That's the elixir of life. Wen Zhongli cried out in shock. Lu Ming, Jin Gang, and Gong Fei's eyes widened abruptly. There was a milky white liquid in the small puddle, and it gave off a shocking amount of life essence. Elixir of life, it's the elixir of life. Lu Ming said excitedly. He had once bid for a small bottle of elixir of life at an auction in the Great Domain. However, it had been diluted and the concentration was very low, so it couldn't be considered the real elixir of life. However, Lu Ming would never forget that aura. The small puddle in front of him was the real water of life. The elixir of life was an unparalleled treasure. It was extremely rare in the world. It could resurrect the dead and grow flesh on bones. Its effect was heaven-defying. As long as one was still breathing, it could be saved. No matter how heavy the injuries suffered, it could be healed. Chapter 940 Road Robbery. Such a rare treasure was counted in drops. For example, the bottle of elixir of life that Lu Ming had bid for in the past was most likely diluted with a drop of the elixir of life. In front of him, there was a small puddle that weighed at least a few kilograms. An opportunity. A great opportunity. Jin Gang grinned. Lu Ming and the few of them also smiled. Let's split it equally. Wen Lezhang said. All right. Lu Ming and the rest agreed. Wen Jisher took out the jade bottle and prepared to collect the elixir of life. Ha ha ha, what a great opportunity. There's actually an elixir of life here. At this moment, an excited laugh was heard. With a flash of golden light, a young man appeared on the scene. The golden pool. The few of them were shocked. The newcomer was none other than Jin Qi, the supreme talent of the demon clan from the heavenly demon valley. Jin Qi's gaze swept across the elixir of life and he berated, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. You can get lost now. Golden Pool, we were the ones who discovered this elixir of life first. If you want to keep it for yourself, aren't you being too greedy? Wen Jisher said with an ugly expression. Big appetite. My appetite is just that big. Why? Do you still want to fight me? A golden light emanated from Jin Qi's body. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he looked at Lu Ming and the others with disdain. King Kong, you're a heaven's favorite of the demon race. It's embarrassing for you to hang out with the human race. You don't have to go back to the Sky Demon Valley. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. A cold voice came out of Jin Qi's mouth. King Kong's expression was ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. Fear flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that Vajra was extremely afraid of the golden pool. The spiritual fire between Wen Jishi's and Gong Fei's brows leaped. Vital essence burst forth from Lu Ming's body as he confronted the golden pool. Overestimating your own ability, you're really looking for death. Jinqi's eyes turned cold. The golden light on his body became even more intense, and a terrifying aura burst out. That aura was incomparably vast, and the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on everyone. Lu Ming and the others felt an extremely dangerous feeling in their hearts. He felt that as long as he fought with Jinqi, his life would be in danger. Lu Ming, let's go. At this time, King Kong growled. Leave. Wen Jishe and Gong Fei's faces were filled with unwillingness. Let's go. Jinqi is extremely powerful. I've dealt with him before. Even if the four of us join forces, we're definitely not his match. The difference is too great. We'll only be killed. Vajra growled and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the other two. Let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. King Kong was right. The golden pool gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Lu Ming felt that if they were to fight, even if he had the mountain and river diagram, he would not be able to defend against the other party's attacks. They might even be killed here. Although the elixir of life was precious, there was no need to fight for it with his life. Wen Jishe and Gong Fei also gritted their teeth. The four of them moved and quickly retreated, leaving the place far behind. Jinqi smiled faintly. It was not because he was kind and did not want to kill them, but because he felt that Lu Ming and the other three were not simple. If they were to fight, even if he could kill them, he would have to spend some effort. This island was filled with poisonous insects and poisonous fog. It would save him a lot of effort and would be beneficial for his search for the totem pole. That was why he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would have killed Lu Ming and the rest. What a pity. After he left, Wen Zhongyi sighed. Lu Ming did not say anything, but his gaze was more determined. In this world, strength spoke for itself. Without strength, it was useless to say anything. The four of them continued to explore, but their direction did not change. They kept going deeper into the island. This was because the totem pole was most likely deep within the island. However, the deeper they went into the island, the thicker the poisonous fog became, and the more powerful it was. Inscriptions appeared on Wen Jishe and Gong Fei's bodies. A light shield enveloped them and blocked the poisonous gas around them. The Vajra's demonic power spread out and covered his entire body. The surrounding poisonous gas came into contact with the inscription light shield and demonic power, making a constant sizzling sound and corroding the light shield and demonic power. Lu Ming was the most relaxed. His entire body was covered in a layer of devouring power. All the poisonous gas was devoured, and it did not affect Lu Ming's movements at all. This made Wen Qini and the rest click their tongues in wonder. In their hearts, Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable. Not long after, they saw a young man with a green face running back in panic. It was obvious that he was deeply poisoned. The few of them had grave expressions on their faces as they advanced another few thousand miles. At this point, the power of the poisonous gas was even more terrifying. The light shield formed by Wen Jishe and Gong Fei's formation was shaking and shaking violently on the island. The King Kong's demonic power was the same. It was constantly resisting the poisonous gas and was consuming a lot of its energy. Lu Ming, it seems that I can only go this far. I can't go any deeper. Wen Zhongli shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm the same. Gong Fei said. King Kong also looked at Lu Ming with eager eyes. If this continued, they would be in danger. Then you guys stay in the periphery and look for opportunities. I'll continue to explore deeper. Lu Ming nodded. He bade farewell to Wen Qini and the rest and left alone. Not long after, Lu Ming had traveled another few thousand miles. At this point, the power of the poisonous gas had reached a shocking level. There was no trace of the poisonous insects, let alone people. Tap tap. Lu Ming was cautious as he walked forward step by step. He did not know what kind of danger he would encounter here. He was on full alert and did not dare to move too fast. There's someone in front. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He saw a figure in front of him. The figure was also moving slowly. Clearly, it was much slower than Lu Ming. Luo Tian. As he walked closer, he realized that the young man in front of him was Luo Tian. Luo Tian's entire body was filled with demonic qi. It formed a thick demonic qi armor that covered his entire body and blocked the poisonous gas around him. However, the poisonous gas was terrifyingly powerful. It constantly corroded the demonic qi armor. It was obvious that Luo Tian was having a hard time moving forward. Hearing the commotion, Luo Tian turned around and was shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that other than himself and Jin Qi, there would be someone else who could make it this far. However, when he saw the devouring power that was constantly permeating Lu Ming's body, his eyes flashed. Lu Ming ignored Luo Tian and strode forward. However, Luo Tian clearly had no intention of letting him go. Bang! Luo Tian took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ming's face darkened. You should have a treasure that can resist the poisonous gas, right? Give it to me. Luo Tian said in a commanding tone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Luo Tian had regarded the devouring power of the nine-dragon bloodline as some kind of treasure. Your Excellency, I don't have any treasure that can resist the poisonous gas. Lu Ming said. No. You still want to lie to me? Do you think I'm an idiot? If you didn't have a treasure to resist the poisonous gas, how could you have come here? Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll take it myself. It'll be the same. Luo Tian sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 941 Meeting Luo Tian. Your Excellency, this is too much. Lu Ming said. Even if he had a treasure that could resist the poison, he would still be poisoned to death if he gave it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not consider his life at all. Too much. It's your honor to be able to help me, you piece of trash. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you immediately. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with demonic energy and his killing intent became even colder. Hee, Luo Tian, who do you think you are? Lu Ming suddenly sneered. He then took a step forward and dashed to the side at top speed. You're looking for death. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he let out an angry roar and slashed his palm at Lu Ming like a knife. The terrifying saber flare almost split the poisonous gas apart. The surrounding poisonous gas rolled as the saber flare approached Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming exploded with all his dragon energy. At the same time, the mountain and river diagram rushed out and surrounded him. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the saber radiance. A terrifying explosion rang out and the poisonous gas nearby was dispersed. Lu Ming felt waves of incomparably terrifying saber radiance surging towards him. However, most of it was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. However, there was still a portion that surged into the mountain and river diagram. There were a few more wounds on Lu Ming's body, and blood was flowing out. Lu Ming made use of this force to retreat backward 1,000 meters. He then ran to the side. What an overbearing saber technique! What a powerful combat strength! A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. The scales on his fist burst open, revealing a deep cut so deep that the bone could be seen. Luo Tian's strength was far above his. No wonder he was ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. So you do have some strength. Luo Tian frowned and his killing intent grew colder. Although he did not use his full strength in that move just now, there were not many people who could block his blade. Bang! He took a step forward, and his body was like a flash of light as he chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Brat, you have so many treasures on you. You'd better hand them all over, or I'll make you die an ugly death. Luo Tian's voice was cold. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He broke into a run. Kill! Die! Luo Tian shouted as a black demonic blade appeared in his hand. He slashed with all his might. 1,000-meter-long astral blade formed and broke through the poisonous gas. It cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. This slash was several times more powerful than the previous one. Lu Ming did not fight it head-on. His figure flashed to the side rapidly. However, the saber light actually moved along with him and slashed down at high speed. In the end, Lu Ming managed to dodge it. However, he was still hit by the sharp edge of the saber energy. The mountain and river diagram shook violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With his injuries, it was difficult for him to maintain his disguise and return to his original appearance. Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming's true appearance, Luo Tian let out an angry roar and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming, it's you. How dare you kill my brother Luo Li? Die! Die! I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Demonic chi surged from Luo Tian's body and his speed increased to a terrifying level. He was like a demonic blade that cut through the air. He was actually a little faster than Lu Ming. He's so strong. This Luo Tian's cultivation is only at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, but his combat strength is too terrifying. Even geniuses like Wang Chen and Nangong Bo, who are at the same level as Luo Tian, would be easily killed by him. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Luo Tian's strength was extremely terrifying. He could not be measured by ordinary warriors or even ordinary geniuses. Other than a few people, Luo Tian was basically invincible in a battle of the same level. Furthermore, his cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed toward the depths of the Sky Poison Island. The poisonous gas was thicker there, which was to his advantage. Damn it! Luo Tian shouted angrily and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, they had gone another 100 miles. And NBSP, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from ahead. It was a group of poisonous bees. There were basically no living creatures here, but there were still so many poisonous bees. These poisonous bees were absolutely terrifying. Luo Tian, I'll let you have a taste of the poisonous bee. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He charged directly at the poisonous bees and threw a punch at the same time. A flaming fist radiance rushed into the poisonous bees. This time, it was as if he had poked the hornet's nest. The poisonous bees were in a frenzy. They seemed to be very angry and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the mountain and river diagram to block the attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The poisonous bees kept hitting the mountain and river diagram, causing it to shake violently. Then, Lu Ming turned around and ran toward Luo Tian. Damn you, you're crazy. Luo Tian bellowed and slashed out a shocking saber flare. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge it. Although he did not manage to avoid it completely and was shocked to the point of spitting blood, the saber flare cut down a bunch of poisonous bees. The rest flew angrily towards Luo Tian. There was a long tube at the head of each bee. Poisonous gas of various colors spewed out from the tube and spread toward Luo Tian. Pai li pa la. The demonic armor on Luo Tian's body made a sound of corrosion. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he ran away. Lu Ming, don't let me see you again. I'll kill you. Luo Tian's voice could be heard, but he had already disappeared. Lu Ming ran forward in large strides. A group of poisonous bees kept chasing him. Fortunately, he could devour poisonous gas, so the poisonous gas of the poisonous bees was ineffective against him. The mountain and river diagram could also defend against the poisonous bees' attacks. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the poisonous bees and continued on his way. After 1,000 miles, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the foot of the mountain. There seemed to be a great battle going on. Who is it? Could it be that the human race's heaven's favorite has eliminated me? There's still someone who can make it this far. Lu Ming's expression changed. According to his speculation, Luo Tian should not have been able to reach this place. He immediately concealed his aura and approached carefully. When they walked closer, they found a cave at the bottom of the mountain. The rumbling sound came from the cave. Lu Ming found a secret place to hide and looked in front. Not long after, the rumbling sounds in the cave disappeared. A golden light flashed and a figure rushed out of the cave. The golden pool. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That figure was actually Jin Qi. On top of the golden pool, there was a golden bead that scattered down rays of sword light, helping the golden pool to block the poisonous gas outside. However, it was obvious that it could not completely block it. The green gas on Jin Qi's face was clearly poisonous. Damned beast! Jin Qi growled and glared at the cave. Then, he found a place, took out a pile of raw stones, and began to absorb them. He did not notice Lu Ming. It was obvious that he had fought with something in the cave and his Jin Yuan had been severely depleted. Now he was out to absorb the raw stones to recover his Jin Yuan. Half an hour later, Jin Qi got up and rushed into the cave again. The sound of a battle could be heard from the cave again. Not long after, Jin Qi roared and rushed out of the cave. This time, he was in a worse state. His hair was disheveled, and the golden feather clothes on his body were shattered. The golden bead on his head was also shattered, and the golden light that scattered was greatly reduced. The green gas on Jin Qi's face was even thicker. It was obvious that he was more deeply poisoned, and his aura was much weaker than before. He looked at the cave unwillingly, but he did not dare to stay and rushed out. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and dashed toward the golden pool at top speed. Chapter 942 Killing Jin Qi. Lu Ming would not let go of such an opportunity to take his life when he was weak. As he rushed out, Lu Ming directly exploded with his dragon power. In a few breaths, he was close to the golden pool. Who is it? Jin Qi was shocked and suddenly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck towards the top of Jin Qi's head. This palm could split a mountain. Lu Ming had used all his strength. Jin Qi had never expected that there would be someone else here. In a hurry, he raised his arm to block. Boom! Jin Qi's body was sent flying far away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that he's really seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Luo Tian had been so afraid of Jin Qi, which showed that Jin Qi's strength must be extremely terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than Luo Tian, or even stronger. Now that he had been sent flying by Lu Ming's palm, it was clear that Jin Qi had been seriously injured in the cave and was shrouded in poisonous gas. His strength had been greatly reduced. Brat, you dare to sneak attack me? You're looking for death. As soon as Jin Qi retreated, he was furious. His eyes were filled with a shocking murderous intent as he looked at Lu Ming. After taking a look, Jin Qi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not in disguise and the golden pool could recognize him at a glance. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He strode forward and charged toward the golden pool. Don't think that you can kill me just because I'm injured. You're the one who's going to die today. I'll kill you and get the reward from the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Jinqi's voice was cold. A strong golden light burst out from his body and he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. Lu Ming's body swayed and he stood still, but Jinqi was forced to retreat. Right now, you're not my match at all. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He attacked the golden pool frantically. Every punch and palm strike contained the power of millions of June. They suppressed everything and poured madly into the golden pool. Moreover, many of the attacks were aimed at the round pearl above the golden pool. Boom! Boom! The golden pool exploded and collided with Lu Ming continuously. Bang! After a few dozen moves, the round bead on top of Jinqi's head was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. The bead shattered and more poisonous gas gushed towards Jinqi. Jinqi's face turned even greener. Damn it! The golden pool let out a shrill cry and transformed into its true form. It was a golden wand. Of course, it was not a pure-blooded golden wand. It had more than 60% of the golden wand's bloodline. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming used the fusion of his blood meridians and transformed into 9 dragons to continue his attack. Jinqi coughed out blood continuously. His golden body was covered in a thick layer of poisonous green gas, and the concentration was getting stronger and stronger. The golden pool tried its best to rush out but was held back by Lu Ming. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Jinqi. His eyes were already filled with panic. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. Puchi. The claws of the 9 dragons clawed at Jinqi's body and tore off a large piece of flesh. Golden feathers flew in the air and Jinqi let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang! He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 6 steps in a row. The violent attacks poured onto Jinqi's body, causing him to fall to the ground and create a huge pit. Bang! The 9 dragons descended and grabbed Jinqi's wings with their claws. They tore at Jinqi's wings with all their might, and as blood splattered, the wings were torn off. Jinqi let out a heart-wrenching scream. He no longer had that high and mighty attitude from before. What he had was only fear and embarrassment. He was terrified. He could feel death approaching. Boom! The dragon claw struck again, and a violent force blasted into Jinqi's body, dispersing all of his demonic power. No, don't kill me, spare my life. Jinqi shouted. He didn't want to die. One of the 9 dragons' claws was on Jinqi's neck. He looked at Jinqi with cold eyes and said, "Weren't you high and mighty before? He's so domineering, snatching other people's things without even blinking. Your biggest mistake was that you couldn't bear to waste it. When you came out of the cave, you swallowed a few drops of the life potion, and your injuries would have healed immediately. I'm not your match either. It's a pity that you couldn't bear to waste the life potion, hee. Lu Ming sneered continuously. You're one of the 4. Jinqi's eyes widened. Not bad. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. I still have a lot of treasures in my storage ring, including the elixir of life. I can return them all to you as long as you let me go. Jinqi loudly begged for mercy. Spare you? Are you going to kill me after you've recovered? Am I that stupid? Besides, after I kill you, your treasures will be mine, right? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I swear, I will never seek revenge from you. Jinqi shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming suddenly exerted his strength and swung his dragon claw, killing the golden pool. A heaven's favorite of the demon race, who was comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died just like that. He had died with great regret. The devouring power burst forth and devoured the blood essence energy of the golden pool, taking away his storage ring. He glanced at the storage ring and indeed saw 2 jade bottles. The jade bottles contained the water of life. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put away the storage ring and looked at the cave. There was a creature in the cave, and it had fought with the golden pool for so long. What happened? Lu Ming speculated that the creature in the cave would not be much stronger than the golden pool. Otherwise, the golden pool would not have dared to attack it repeatedly. It couldn't be much stronger than the golden pool. If the golden pool was injured, the creature couldn't be intact. This might be a chance. The totem pole, could it be in this cave? Otherwise, why would Jin Qi work so hard? At the thought of the totem pole, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. Lu Ming carefully moved closer to the cave. The hole was huge, and there was a faint light coming from inside. Lu Ming walked in slowly and looked inside. There was a huge cave inside. Behind the cave was another cave. The light was coming from that cave. At the entrance of the cave, there was a huge colorful crab. The giant crab was taller than a human just by lying there. However, there were many wounds on its body, and blood was still flowing out of them. It seemed that this giant crab was the one who had fought the golden pool. However, this giant crab wasn't any better off than Jin Qi. Its aura was weak and it was obviously heavily injured. Lu Ming's fingers started to wave in the air and he started to inscribe the array. His speed was extremely fast, and his fingers were like lightning as they streaked across the air. Countless inscriptions entered the space. Squeak. The giant crab sensed the fluctuation and looked up. When it saw Lu Ming, it let out a sharp sound and got up, crawling toward him. Kill. Go. Lu Ming shouted softly. The array in the air glowed and condensed into arrows, shooting them at the giant crab. The giant crab waved its tail and blocked all the arrows. At the same time, the giant crab spewed out a large amount of poisonous gas that spread toward Lu Ming. The ancient three-eyed god race. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was least afraid of poisonous gas. He rushed over and started a battle with the giant crab. The giant crab was very powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the golden pool. In fact, it was even stronger. However, most of the giant crab's power was concentrated on the poisonous gas. To others, it was a fatal threat. To Lu Ming, however, he could ignore it. Moreover, the giant crab was severely injured and its strength had been greatly reduced. In this way, Lu Ming had the upper hand. However, even if Lu Ming had the upper hand, it was still very difficult for him to kill the giant crab. The cave was filled with continuous rumbles. Lu Ming used all his strength to fight the giant crab. After a few hundred moves, he finally killed it. However, Lu Ming himself was also severely injured. Lu Ming immediately took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the elixir of life. He poured out 2 drops and swallowed them. At the same time, he took out a pile of raw gemstones and let the bloodline of the 9 dragons devour them. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an alarming rate. In a few minutes, his injuries were completely healed. The elixir of life is truly astonishing. Lu Ming secretly felt it. Soon, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He looked at the glowing hole. The totem pole, is it inside? Lu Ming walked over carefully and stepped into the cave. It was a passageway. The light came from the front and the passageway was more than 100 meters long. After passing through the passageway, Lu Ming came to another huge cave. This is. Lu Ming was extremely surprised when he arrived at the cave. This was because there was no trace of poisonous gas in this cave. Instead, it was filled with extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual qi. In fact, there was even some heaven and earth origin qi in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This qi was exactly the same as the one in the raw gemstone. It was called origin qi. This cave and the Sky Poison Island were simply two different worlds. Who's that? Suddenly, he saw a burly figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the cave. This figure was clearly a three-eyed god, but this three-eyed god looked extremely old. His scales had all fallen off, and his two horns were dull and lifeless. However, there was still a faint aura of life on his body. And beside this three-eyed god, there were many skeletons. These were all thick bone banners, and it was obvious that they were left behind by the three-eyed god race. At this moment, the three-eyed god suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. The 20-year period is up again. You humans are here again. And NBSP, let's go. An ancient voice boomed out of the three-eyed god. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn as he sized up the three-eyed god. This three-eyed god seemed to be very old and was about to die. The aura on his body was very weak and posed no threat to Lu Ming. Only then did Lu Ming feel relieved. Human youth, what's wrong? You're still afraid of me, a dying man? The old three-eyed man said. What are you doing here? Lu Ming asked. According to what he knew, there were some ruins here that the three-eyed god race couldn't enter at all. If they entered, they would definitely die. Moreover, this was one of the 9 great forbidden lands, so how did the three-eyed god race get in? Could it be that the three-eyed god race can enter the Sky Poison Island? How did I get in? Do you think I wanted to come in but was forced to? This world doesn't allow the existence of beings above the spiritual god realm. We're just a trial for your human race. The ancient three-eyed god let out a low roar. What do you know? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had always felt that there was a powerful existence behind all this. The Battle of Providence was really like a place for them to train. Who was controlling everything from behind the scenes? Do you want to know? I can tell you. The ancient three-eyed god said in a low voice. Lu Ming did not speak. He listened quietly and remained cautious. Although this old three-eyed god's aura was weak, Lu Ming still did not dare to be careless. According to the ancient records, our three-eyed god race is extremely powerful and dominates the world. Outside of this world, you humans are nothing more than losers to our three-eyed god race, nothing more than our dogs. The ancient three-eyed god sneered. Lu Ming still did not say anything. The old three-eyed god continued. In this world, a long time ago, the remaining powerful beings of the human race captured a group of my three-eyed god race and placed them in this world for my race to reproduce. Then, they used them to cultivate the geniuses of the human race. You tried to cultivate a peerless genius that could contend against my three-eyed god race in the outside world. What a fool's dream. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What was the outside world that the old three-eyed god was talking about? It should not be the world that Lu Ming was in. Could it be heaven? Back then, the three-eyed god race had appeared on that small island in the heaven realm, and they had even said that they wanted to attack the primordial realm. Could it be that the Battle of Providence was being controlled by a mighty figure from the heaven realm? In an instant, Lu Ming had many thoughts in his heart. Therefore, in this world, it is impossible for anyone above the spiritual god realm to appear. As long as someone from my clan breaks through to the spiritual god realm, they will be suppressed or even killed. I was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth when I broke through to the spiritual god realm. I escaped here with a serious injury. So, don't worry, I am not a threat to you. The ancient three-eyed god continued. No more. Lu Ming said. That's all. It's been too long, and I only know this much. Boy, I'm just struggling on my last breath, suffering every day. Since I've said so much, come and get rid of me, and let me be free." The ancient three-eyed god sighed. "Kill you?" Lu Ming's gaze flickered. "That's right. I've been dragging my broken body and suffering every day. I'd rather die. How about you help me with this?" The three-eyed man said. "All right." Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he strode toward the three-eyed god. A long spear materialized in his hand and he aimed it at the three-eyed god. Right at this moment, the old three-eyed god's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, a black shadow rushed out from his dantian and charged toward Lu Ming. "I knew you would be like this." Lu Ming sneered and retreated quickly. The mountain and river diagram circled around him as he threw a punch. The terrifying force of the punch landed on the shadow. The shadow let out a shrill cry. Although it dispersed, it condensed again in the next moment and continued to charge at Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. With a shake, it was sent flying. "This is the spirit god." Lu Ming was shocked. It was only now that he was able to clearly see the appearance of the shadow. It was actually a miniature three-eyed god, and it looked exactly like the ancient three-eyed god. This was clearly the spirit god that the ancient three-eyed god had condensed. This three-eyed god had almost stepped into the spiritual god realm, but it was a pity that he was suppressed. A half-finished spiritual god is about to disappear. "Since you want to kill me, I'll fulfill your wish and kill you once and for all." Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to punch out with both his fists. One after another, his fists flew towards the spiritual god of the three-eyed god race. The spiritual god tried to dodge, but there were too many fist radiances. It was impossible for it to dodge all of them. It was struck by the fist radiances, and with every punch, the spiritual god would dissipate. Then, it would reform and become weaker. A dozen spirit gods. Boom! Boom! As the fist radiance continued to strike out, the spiritual god became even weaker. If it was an ordinary spiritual god, Lu Ming would definitely not be a match for him. However, this old three-eyed god was suppressed before he could even break through to the spiritual god realm. He could only be considered a half-spiritual god, and his body was severely injured. He was extremely weak and completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a while, the spirit god swayed and flew back into the body of the old three-eyed god. The ancient three-eyed god let out a heaven-shaking roar, "Don't even think about getting the totem pole, I'm going to destroy it." With that, the old three-eyed god's body suddenly moved, and he pounced in a certain direction. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the cave. He saw a stone pillar about 3 meters tall at the side of the cave. There were various patterns carved on the stone pillar, such as dragons, phoenixes, and tigers. "This is a totem pole." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had been so focused on the old three-eyed god that he did not notice the totem pole. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards the old three-eyed god. A long spear materialized in his hand and he pierced through the old three-eyed god. Poochie! The spear pierced through the old three-eyed god's body, nailing him to the wall. "I'm not willing to accept this. My three-eyed god race will annihilate the human race sooner or later." And NBSP, ARG. The ancient three-eyed god let out a furious and unwilling roar, and then he died. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could understand the old three-eyed divine being's unwillingness to give up. He had cultivated arduously for his entire life and was about to break through to the spiritual god realm, but he was suppressed and his entire life's efforts were in vain. He could only hide in this cave and wait for his life to run out before dying of old age here. However, the two of them were of different races and were hostile to each other. Lu Ming had no reason to sympathize with them. His gaze fell on the stone pillar. "Is this the totem pole?" The purpose of Lu Ming's visit was for it. Lu Ming walked to the bottom of the totem pole and hugged it with both hands. He lifted it with force, but it did not move at all. It's quite heavy. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He exerted all his strength, the essential core in his body exploded, and he pulled with all his might. Boom! 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 The entire cave started to shake. Lu Ming slowly pulled out the totem pole. Rise! Lu Ming shouted and pulled the mountain with all his might. The muscles all over his body bulged and he exerted force on his waist. With a loud bang, the totem pole was pulled up. However, at this moment, the totem pole suddenly glowed brightly. More than 10 rays of black light suddenly burst out and flew towards the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because with a quick glance, he could see that the dozen or so rays of light were actually a dozen or so spiritual gods, all of them in the form of miniature three-eyed god race beings. At this moment, the skeleton of the old three-eyed divine race member flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Could those skeletons be the same as the ancient three-eyed god, the three-eyed god that was suppressed after breaking through to the spiritual god realm and died here? After they died, the spirit god attached itself to the totem pole. We've been tricked. Just now, the old three-eyed god pretended to destroy the totem pillar, but he was actually reminding Lu Ming that it was a totem pillar. He wanted to remind Lu Ming to pull it out, and once he pulled it out, the spiritual gods in the totem pillar would attack Lu Ming. However, at this moment, everything happened so suddenly. It was too late for Lu Ming to dodge. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 spiritual gods rushed into Lu Ming's glabella and into his sea of consciousness. Get out! Lu Ming roared and closed his eyes. His mind appeared in his sea of consciousness and condensed into a physical form. More than a dozen spiritual gods appeared in his spiritual sea, exuding all kinds of powerful auras. Kill! One of the spiritual gods exuded a strong aura of lightning. It seemed to have no intelligence and charged at Lu Ming. Fast, extremely fast. What a powerful thunder intent. These spiritual gods are formed by energy and the intent realm of heaven and earth. Their original owner's consciousness has been destroyed, and only their instinct is left. Their instinct to kill humans. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately simulated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's body went numb. He was sent flying and his body almost dissipated. Kill! At that moment, the other spiritual god turned into a beam of fire. An extremely rich concept of fire spread out and charged at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's body seemed to be on fire as he was sent flying. His entire body was in excruciating pain. These spiritual gods wanted to obliterate Lu Ming's mind and will. If Lu Ming's will was obliterated, it would be equivalent to his death. Whoosh! A ray of golden light cut through the clouds in his sea of consciousness and slashed at Lu Ming. The creation of gold. The wills of these spiritual gods were all at the 4th level and were extremely powerful. The 4th level intent realm of heaven and earth was the highest level. These people had already mastered the highest level of intent realm, which was many times stronger than the 3rd level intent realm. Lu Ming's body was cut in half by the golden light, and a sharp pain that seeped into his soul came from his body. Lu Ming's body, which had been split in half, retreated rapidly and recondensed in the distance. However, his face was very pale. In his sea of consciousness, his body was formed by his mind. Even if it was split apart, it could still reform. However, the pain was real. His current situation was very dangerous. In the sea of consciousness, his body could indeed reform at will, but if he couldn't bear the pain and his will dissipated, his body would never be able to reform again, which meant his death. This was a test of will. My will is firm, how can I be destroyed by you? Lu Ming growled in a low voice. His eyes were extremely determined. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two spiritual gods pounced on Lu Ming. Kill. In my sea of consciousness, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming roared and pounced on the few spiritual gods. After a few moves, Lu Ming was still scattered. However, in the distance, he condensed again. His will was firm and he was unmoved. They continued to fight. He used all of his knowledge in this sea of consciousness to fight against the dozen spiritual gods. His will was firm. No matter how great the pain was, he would not be moved and would fight with all his might. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and had almost no power to fight back. However, the more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. He was getting used to fighting in his sea of consciousness. 10 days later, Lu Ming severely injured a spiritual god with the concept of fire with one punch, breaking his arm. The broken arm turned into fire concept and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire concept had actually improved by a small margin. You can do this? Then you'll become my nourishment. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a bright light. He was in high spirits as he fought against these spiritual gods. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's body continued to hold on to the totem pole. He stood in the cave, unmoving. His true war dragon technique was actually circulating on its own, like a vortex, absorbing the spirit chi and origin chi of the surroundings. His cultivation base was slowly rising. In his sea of consciousness, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. A month later, a spiritual god was completely defeated by Lu Ming. The corresponding intent realm of heaven and earth was absorbed by Lu Ming, and his corresponding intent realm was improved by a large margin. A terrifying upgrade, Heaven and Earth Jade Essence. Time flew by. 1 month, 2 months. Lu Ming did not know how much time had passed. He only knew that there was a war. A great war. He was fighting with more than a dozen spirit gods. His will was incomparably firm. No matter how it was shattered, he could recover. It was as firm as a rock and there was nothing that could stop him. The dozen or so spiritual gods were defeated and scattered by Lu Ming one after another. The amazing thing was that the intent of the spiritual gods would integrate into Lu Ming's intent rune. His understanding of a certain intent rune would be greatly improved. There were more than a dozen spiritual gods, and they contained all kinds of intents. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming did not know when, but there was only one spiritual god left in his sea of consciousness. This spiritual god has comprehended the earth essence realm. What a strong defense! Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This spiritual god was protected by the intent of earth and was like a turtle shell. It was the most difficult to deal with. Lu Ming and the spiritual god continued to fight. Slowly, 3 days passed. Finally, Lu Ming broke through the defense and defeated the spiritual god. Lu Ming could feel that his earth concept had improved a lot. That old three-eyed god was trying to harm me, but who would have thought that he'd help me instead? My 4 intents have all improved by a huge margin. Lu Ming laughed. With a thought, he returned to his body. He found that he was still holding the totem pole and standing there. I don't even know how long I've been fighting with those spiritual gods. It feels like a long time has passed. However, the battle of Kismet shouldn't be over yet. Otherwise, I would have been teleported out. Lu Ming thought to himself. My cultivation level. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart trembled. He sensed it and immediately found that the true qi in his body was surging and extremely strong. It was much stronger than before. 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. This is the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had only killed a dozen or so spiritual gods in his sea of consciousness, but his cultivation had actually increased by 3 levels, from the 4th level spirit embryo realm to the early stage of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. This was simply inconceivable. Take a look at my intent realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. His wind, fire, and lightning intents had all reached the peak of level 3 upper tier. He was only one step away from the completion of level 3. The earth intent was slightly weaker, but it had also reached the late stage of level 3 upper tier. It had improved too much. How long has it been? My cultivation base has actually improved so much. It's too shocking. Lu Ming pondered secretly. At the same time, he was extremely happy. This was an opportunity, a great opportunity. What a powerful force. With my current combat strength, I can definitely kill Luo Tian easily. Lu Ming felt the majestic energy in his body and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course, he was referring to the Luo Tian of the past. He did not know how much time had passed and whether Luo Tian's cultivation had improved. There's something down there. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was something strange under the totem pole. With a thought, the totem pole was kept into his storage ring. There was a pit where the totem pole had been pulled out. Under the pit, a piece of iron with strange patterns could be seen. The iron block seemed to be very large, and only a part of it was exposed in the pit. The rest of it was covered by rocks on the ground. Lu Ming pried open the rock and realized that it was not an iron block but a huge iron box. Lu Ming took out the iron box. What was in this metal box? Lu Ming was a little curious and opened the metal box. In the iron box, there were 2 jade figures that were as tall as humans. Yes, jade figures, as if they were carved out of huge precious jade. The jade figure emitted a shocking amount of life essence. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He thought of a kind of treasure, heaven and earth jade essence. That's right, this wasn't a jade person sculpted from jade, but a heaven and earth jade essence. The heaven and earth jade essence was said to be a type of supreme jade. After countless years, it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and was born by chance. If this kind of living being completely awakens its intelligence and is born, it will be extremely terrifying. Legend had it that a long time ago, a mature heaven and earth jade essence was born in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying and invincible. It could compete with or even be stronger than a martial emperor. He had stirred up a storm of blood in the East continent and was killed by a stronger being. It was extremely difficult for this heaven and earth jade essence to fully mature. Once it matured, it would be invincible in the world. However, a jade essence that had not matured and had not awakened its spiritual wisdom was a rare supreme treasure. It could really be described as rare. This was because a heaven and earth jade essence, combined with some other materials, could be used to refine a perfect body. If a spiritual god realm master's life was coming to an end, he could attach his spiritual god to the body refined by the heaven and earth jade and live another life. How precious was this? Lu Ming actually obtained 2 here. His heart was beating rapidly. At this moment, he thought of the 9 Suns Paragon. If the 9 Suns Paragon had this heaven and earth jade essence, he could completely reform his physical body and return to the world. That's great. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with excitement. He was 10 times, no, 100 times more excited than when he found out that his cultivation had improved greatly. Along the way, the 9 Suns Supreme had helped him too much. His current achievements were all because of the 9 Suns Supreme. Otherwise, he would still be a piece of trash who had his bloodline taken away from the Lu family of the fiery wind city of the blazing sun empire. He might have been killed by someone else long ago. There was one thing that had always been on his mind, and that was to find a treasure for 9 Suns Supreme to form a new physical body. Now, he had finally found it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood. And a jade talisman. Lu Ming found a jade talisman beside the two heaven and earth jade spirits. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. He knew that it was a kind of secret book that recorded cultivation techniques or jade talismans that recorded things. With a sweep of his mind, Lu Ming realized that this was a secret skill. Twin Forbidden Spell. This was the name of the secret skill. What a strange name. Lu Ming began to read the content. At one glance, Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. What a wonderful secret skill. What a strange secret skill. What a shocking secret skill. Lu Ming exclaimed continuously. According to the records of the Twin Forbidden Spell, this secret skill could actually cultivate one person into two. That's right, there was a huge difference between cultivating two people and cultivating a clone. Using the heaven and earth jade essence as the material, one soul would be split into two and another one would be formed. This self would become the second body, while the main body would be the main body. This was completely different from a clone. This was because, generally speaking, a clone could only have a portion of the original's combat strength and could not cultivate. The strength it had when it was cultivated would always be the same. However, the Twin Forbidden Spell was different. The clone he condensed was basically the same as the main body. They had the same strength and aura. They could even cultivate, comprehend, and even communicate with each other. This was terrifying and heaven-defying. This was equivalent to two people cultivating. The only difference was that the clone had no consciousness. It was controlled by the main body and had no distracting thoughts. It would only focus on cultivation. This was simply faster than the cultivation of the main body. Moreover, if the main body accidentally died, the consciousness could awaken in the secondary body. This was equivalent to having an extra life. How heaven-defying was this? However, there was a warning at the end of the Forbidden Twin chant. This was a forbidden technique that could only be used once in a lifetime. Otherwise, it would lead to self-destruction. People from the outer continent. Furthermore, the Twin Forbidden Art had a chance of success. If he failed the first time and tried again, the danger would increase. Amazing, too amazing. No wonder there are two heaven and earth jade essence here. It was prepared for the Twin Forbidden Spell. Lu Ming was amazed and his heart was pounding. Anyone would be tempted by such a heaven-defying secret technique. It just so happens that I have two heaven and earth jade essences. I'll give one to Senior Jiuyang, and I'll keep the other one to practice the Twin Forbidden Spell. If I can't succeed in one attempt, then I'll give up. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Then, he carefully closed the metal box and put it away. It was impossible to cultivate such a secret skill now. Other than the heaven and earth jade essence, he needed other materials, especially those that could nurture the soul. He could only cultivate it after the War of Providence was over. Let's take a look at the Book of Destiny. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming realized that his luck value had reached more than 300,000. In other words, this trip to the Sky Poison Island had increased his luck value by more than 200,000. This time, it was a truly great opportunity. 9 totem pillars appeared. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized that the notification from the Book of Destiny stated that 9 totem pillars had appeared. There was one more pillar to go before he could open the ancient city of Providence. It seems that a lot of time has really passed. The Battle of Providence is probably ending soon. Lu Ming estimated that he had stayed here for at least a few months. Time to go out. After keeping the items, Lu Ming looked around and made sure that there were no other items. He then strode outside. When he walked out of the cave, the thick poisonous gas was still outside. Lu Ming released the devouring power to cover his entire body and resist the poisonous gas. He then strode out. After leaving the cave, Lu Ming's footsteps became faster and faster. He traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. After that, poisonous insects began to appear. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved greatly and his combat strength was much stronger than before. Naturally, he could pass through them easily. Along the way, he also found many spiritual herbs and picked them up. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the edge of the Sky Poison Island. On the surface of the lake, there was a thick green poisonous gas floating around. The poisonous gas would only dissipate once every 3 months. Clearly, it was not time yet. No, I can't wait any longer. If the Battle of Kismet is in 10 days or half a month, I'll miss it if I stay here. If I rush out, the mountain and river diagram should be able to stop me, right? Lu Ming had a thought and entered the mountain and river diagram. In the air, there was only one scroll of the mountain and river diagram floating. Lu Ming controlled the mountain and river diagram from within and flew towards the surface of the lake. Instantly, the mountain and river diagram was surrounded by poisonous gas. Fortunately, the mountain and river diagram's materials were extraordinary and of a very high level. It successfully resisted the invasion of the poisonous gas. Very quickly, the mountain and river diagram crossed the lake's surface and returned to the shore. Lu Ming appeared from the mountain and river diagram and put it away. Phew, I'm finally out. Let's go find Qi Shui and the others. Let's see how long it'll be before the Battle of Providence ends. I wonder what happened during this time. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. During this period, he tried to send messages to Bai Qi Shui, Wen Zhongli and the others using the Jade Talisman, but they could not get out. It seemed that they were too far apart. Lu Ming could only fly and search. After flying for a day and covering a few million miles, Lu Ming did not encounter a single person. Not only did he not encounter a single person, he didn't even encounter the three-eyed god race. Strange, something's not right. I've flown for millions of miles, it's impossible that I didn't encounter a single person. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He felt very strange. He went back to where Bai Qi Shui and the others had gathered, but there was no one there. Apparently, they had left a long time ago. I don't believe this. Let's go take a look at the three-eyed god race's royal city and capture a few of them to ask about the situation. With a single thought, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the three-eyed god's royal city according to the map he had obtained from the three-eyed god. The capital city of the three-eyed god race was at the center of this world. Lu Ming flew for an entire day before he neared the borders of the capital. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, there were 2 blood-red rays of light in front of them, shooting towards the north. Just as Lu Ming was overjoyed and was about to give chase, the 2 rays of light suddenly stopped and flew toward Lu Ming. The light dissipated and 2 young men appeared. 2 young men in blood-red robes with long sabers on their backs exuded a powerful and bloody saber intent. Could they be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the 2 young men without saying a word. There's still someone from the Divine Wilderness continent here. He actually dares to run around on his own. Just in time to kill him, and his fate points will belong to us. A young man with a big mole on his chin looked at Lu Ming coldly. His luck value is yours. His storage ring is mine. The other young man spoke as well, looking as if Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled and his mind was spinning rapidly. They call us people from the Divine Wilderness continent. The people of the Divine Wilderness continent would never address them this way. Could it be that these 2 people were not from the Divine Wilderness continent? But how is that possible? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Since ancient times, the war for karmic luck had always been carried out on its own. The Divine Wilderness continent's 5 huge regions carried out their own activities. They had never done it together before. Furthermore, it was done by people from the other continents. Now, why would someone from another continent appear? It seemed that while Lu Ming was on the Sky Poison Island, there had been some changes outside. This kid isn't speaking. Is he a mute? The young man with the mole on his chin sneered. Who cares what he is, just kill him. Another youth said. Where are you guys from? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Hee, so you're not a mute. Death is near, so there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Bloodblade continent. Die, kid. The young man with the mole sneered. The saber intent on his body soared. A blood-red saber energy, thousands of meters long, slashed at Lu Ming. These two youths had extremely powerful auras and had reached the 5th level spirit embryo realm. If they were placed before Lu Ming entered the Sky Poison Island, they would be ranked in the 40th or 50th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Bang! Lu Ming waved his hand slightly and the blood-colored astral saber collapsed. The two young men's expressions changed. The two young men's eyes turned serious when they saw that the man was able to shatter the mole-faced young man's saber energy so easily. The Bloodblade continent. Why are you here? Also, where are the Divine Wilderness Continent's elites? Lu Ming took a step forward. His eyes turned cold and he asked a few questions. Kid, go to hell and ask. The mole-faced young man shouted coldly as his killing intent exploded. His blood chi soared into the sky and turned into a huge saber. This cultivation technique was similar to the cultivation technique of the 7th blood sword of the Heavenly Corpse sect, but the cultivation technique of the people of the Bloodblade continent was purer. Let's attack together. The other young man shouted coldly as his saber aura expanded. The blood-red saber aura actually contained the aura of fire. Talisman sect disciples in danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two blood-colored astral blades slashed down at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He strode forward and slapped twice. With two crisp sounds, the two blood-red sword gleams were shattered. The pupils of the two young men from the Bloodblade continent contracted rapidly, and their eyes revealed extreme shock. The two of them had used almost all their strength in the two slashes just now, but they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Not good, it's a top expert, let's go. The mole-faced young man shouted and turned to run. The other person felt the same way. They knew that they had encountered one of the top elites of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He took a step forward and his body was like a stream of light. In the next moment, he had caught up with the two of them and struck out with his palms twice. Although the two of them tried their best to block, they were still hit and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They crashed into the ground and left a huge pit in the ground. Lu Ming descended, and his immense aura enveloped the two of them. He said coldly, "Speak, where are the people from the Divine Wilderness continent? Don't even think about it. If I say it, won't I still die? Anyway, I won't tell you if I die." The mole-faced young man's eyes were filled with madness. At the same time, a blood-red light flashed, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. With a loud roar, he turned into a blade light and rushed in a direction. The other young man also looked crazy. He turned into a blade light and rushed in another direction. You're looking for death. With the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming was the first to chase after the young man with the big mole. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, how fast would he be if he used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps? He caught up to the mole-faced young man in a few moments and killed him with a punch. Immediately, Lu Ming turned around and charged at another person. Kill! That person was extremely crazy. Seeing that he could not escape, his eyes turned red and he charged towards Lu Ming like a wild beast. However, there was a huge difference in their abilities and they were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. The cultivation technique of the people from the Bloodblade continent was overbearing and they were not afraid of death. They were extremely crazy, and Lu Ming did not manage to get any information from them. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared and devoured the blood essence and energy of the 2 young men from the Bloodblade continent. Just now, the 2 of them were heading north. Perhaps, if we head north, we might be able to find something. With an idea in mind, Lu Ming flew north. To the north of Lu Ming, 1,000,000 miles away, a huge battle was going on in the mountains. On a mountain peak, light flickered and was incomparably dazzling. Inscriptions filled the air and many large arrays appeared, forming a light barrier that covered the entire mountain peak within. There were about a few hundred people on the mountain peak. All of them were disciples of the Talisman sect. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were constantly inscribing inscriptions around the mountain. The one in the lead had long Silavira hair and 2 eyes. He was Huanjun. With him as the leader, Wen Qini, Bai Qixue, Ji Mai and the others were also among them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the mountain peak, a blood-red blade light rose. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth apart. It slashed towards Huanjun and the others. The blade light struck the light shield, causing it to tremble. Huanjun and the others also trembled slightly. There were more than a dozen people around the mountain peak, but a few of them had shocking auras and were extremely terrifying. Every one of them was wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a blood-red saber. He was dressed exactly the same as the 2 youths from the Bloodblade continent that Lu Ming had met before. Talisman Amulet Sect, with your measly strength, you can all die. A young man with long blood-red hair said coldly. His strength was the most terrifying, and his aura was powerful. With a single slash, the light shield trembled violently. Why are you so ruthless? Our Talisman Amulet Sect has no intention of fighting with you for the last totem pole. Huanjun said. Hee, a bunch of flies. They're in the way. Moreover, you have quite a lot of luck points. You'll be a piece of fat meat even if I snatch you. The blood-red-haired youth laughed coldly. The other young men also sneered. More than a dozen of them attacked together, and the blade light kept slashing toward the mountain peak. When Zhongli, Bai Qixue and the rest were trembling. They had used up a lot of their spiritual power. If this continued, their spiritual power would be completely depleted. Once they lost the protection of the formation, the Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples would be killed by the other party. The other party was too powerful. This was only a portion of the Bloodblade continent's people, but there were 2 people who were on the same level as Huanzhen. Once the formation was broken, Huanzhen could only stop one person. The other person could easily kill the others. Furthermore, the other 10 or so young men were also extremely powerful. Some people revealed bitter expressions. The battle for Providence this time was beyond their imagination. To think that the chosen of other continents would intervene. It was even more dangerous than the previous battles for Providence. If they didn't handle it well, the Talisman sect would be completely annihilated. I'll inscribe a formation later to block them with all my strength. You guys hurry up and leave. Huanzhen suddenly sent a message to Wen Zhongli, Bai Qixue and the others. Senior brother Huanzhen, we can't leave together. Wen Zhongli said hurriedly. If Huanzhen left only one person to stop them, they would definitely be in trouble. That's right, we'll leave together and stay together. The others also called out. None of you can escape, Blood God Saber Wheel. Break! The young man with long blood-red hair shouted coldly. An even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. A huge blood-red wheel appeared above his head. This blood-red wheel seemed to be made up of countless blood-red sabers. It spun rapidly and was as big as a mountain. It crushed toward the light shield on the mountain. Not good, hold on. Huanzhen and the others' expressions changed. The mental energy fire between their brows throbbed rapidly, spreading out and surging into the inscriptions around them. Boom! The blood-colored wheel of blades hit the light shield of the mountain heavily. The earth rumbled and the mountain shook violently. The light shields that covered the mountain shattered one after another. And NBSP, Huanzhen and the others' expressions changed and their bodies trembled. Those with lower cultivation spat out blood. The disciples who were sitting cross-legged or in the middle of recovery or healing also stood up to help guard the array. However, the blood-red wheel of blades was too terrifying. It kept spinning like countless sabers, constantly slashing at the light shield. Bang! 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 The light shield continued to explode and was about to be completely shattered. Release the puppets and use the inscription scrolls to open up a path. Charge out! Huanzhen shouted. At this moment, with a loud bang, all the arrays collapsed and the light shield was shattered. Many talisman puppet sect disciples released their puppets and surrounded the crowd. At the same time, a series of inscription scrolls were activated, either to protect themselves or to attack, and they all rushed in one direction. You want to escape? All of you, die. The red-haired young man controlled the huge wheel of blades and pressed forward, shattering countless puppets. More than a dozen blade lights slashed out, attacking the puppet and the inscription scrolls. Although the talisman amulet sect had many people, most of their combat strength was not strong. They were far from the top experts of the Bloodblade continent. The weakest of the dozen or so people from the Bloodblade continent were 4th-level spirit embryo realm prodigies. Ah! Screams rang out as a talisman sect disciple was killed. Chapter 948 Domineering Kill. Damn it! Huanzhen and the others roared and retaliated. However, the blood-haired young man had his eyes on Huanzhen and used his huge wheel of blades to suppress him. No matter how strong Huanzhen was, he could only barely protect himself. Die. A skinny monkey-like young man from the Bloodblade continent was extremely agile. He was like an agile flying knife that constantly flickered. Blade light crisscrossed and shattered a few puppets. A few bolts of lightning were sent flying, and he killed a talisman amulet sect disciple with a single strike. Then, he took a deep breath and absorbed the blood chi of the talisman sect disciple he had killed through his nose. It's so delicious. This blood chi. The skinny monkey-like young man's face was filled with enjoyment, but his gaze became even more sinister. Whoosh! At this moment, a spear radiance pierced through the void from the south. It was extremely fast as it stabbed towards Shouho. What is it? The skinny monkey was shocked. He wanted to dodge immediately, but he realized that he was completely locked on by the spear radiance. The terrifying killing intent enveloped his body and he had no way to take it away. He could only use all his strength to resist. A terrifying blade light shot out from Shouho's hand. However, when it clashed with the spear light, the blade light was shattered. The spear light burst out and pierced through Shouho's throat. Skinny Monkey's eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness, and then he died. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen spear lights flew over and stabbed at more than a dozen Heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade continent. Ah! Several screams were heard as several experts from the Bloodblade continent were killed. Who is it? You should die. The red-haired young man roared in anger and controlled the huge blade wheel to block the remaining spear radiance. The other paragons of the Bloodblade continent were shocked. They didn't continue to surround the talisman amulet sect's disciples. Instead, they moved closer to the blood-haired youth and looked in the direction of the spear light. Huanzhen and the others looked in that direction. Who would come to save their talisman amulet sect? A blue-robed young man stepped through the air and appeared before everyone. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Bai Qixue was the first to shout. The person who had attacked just now was Lu Ming, who had come all the way from the south. On his way to the north, He didn't expect to encounter the experts of the Bloodblade continent besieging the Talisman Puppet Sect's disciples. Needless to say, the two youths from the Bloodblade continent were most likely here to help. Lu Ming, he's not dead. Wen Jishe, Gong Fei, and the rest were overjoyed. Previously, on the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming had gone all the way and never came back. Later, the poison gas sealed the island and everyone who had not died had left the Sky Poison Island, but Lu Ming did not come out. Wen Jishe and Gong Fei thought that Lu Ming had met with an accident in the depths of the Sky Poison Island and had died. After they brought the news back, the disciples of the Talisman sect sighed and Bai Qixue even cried a few times. He did not expect that Lu Ming was not dead and had even appeared at this time. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Leave this place quickly. Bai Qixue's face suddenly changed and she shouted. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Wen Jishe also shouted. Although Lu Ming was strong, he had easily killed a few fourth-level spirit embryo realm geniuses. This was enough to prove that Lu Ming's strength had improved again. However, they were definitely no match for the red-haired young man. They were strong enough to fight with the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even Huan Zhen was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was here. Wasn't he courting death? It's too late to leave now. You have to pay with your life for killing my people. The red-haired young man's voice was extremely cold. The huge wheel of blades was floating above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. It was a powerful secret treasure. You've killed my Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples. All of you must die. Lu Ming did not retreat. He continued to walk forward step by step. His voice was even colder than the blood-haired young man's. What big words! I'll kill him. A burly young man stepped out. He was more than 2 meters tall, 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. The muscles on his body bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. He held a huge sword the size of a door and stared at Lu Ming like a wild beast. Buzz! He held the sword with both hands and rushed toward Lu Ming, slashing down. The 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was this youth's cultivation. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy. Scales covered his entire body as he threw a punch. Clang! The fist hit the saber, causing it to shake. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, it collapsed, and metal fragments flew everywhere. Lu Ming's figure did not stop, nor did his fist. He continued to blast out. Bang! The fist landed on the burly young man's body. The burly young man screamed as a big hole was pierced through his chest. He was killed immediately. The devouring power in his hand burst out, and the burly young man turned into a dry corpse in front of everyone's horrified eyes. He's so strong. Lu Ming Zongzi is so strong. One of the Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples said excitedly. A peerless genius of the 6th level Spirit Embryo Realm had been killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. What kind of combat strength did Lu Ming have? Bai Qixue and the others opened their eyes wide. Lu Ming's combat strength is much stronger than it was 5 months ago. Wen Lezhang said. Can he be a match for those people? Bai Qixue looked at the red-haired young man, still worried. I don't know. Wen Jishe shook his head. At this moment, the young men from the Bloodblade continent also widened their eyes in shock. The red-haired young man's eyes also became serious. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and his killing intent was like a tide. His figure was like lightning as he charged directly at the youth from the Bloodblade continent. Let's attack together and kill him. The red-haired young man shouted and controlled the huge wheel of blades to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the mountain and river diagram appeared. It expanded rapidly and surrounded the huge wheel of blades. The huge wheel of blades kept spinning and bombarding, but it could not break through the defense of the mountain and river diagram. Damn it! I'll still kill you even without the knife wheel. Die! The red-haired young man shouted coldly and slashed with his saber. There was another youth who was just as terrifying. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, and his combat strength was extremely shocking. He was definitely not weaker than the demonic lord Luo Tian. Both of them were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and it opened its mouth to roar. Its devouring power erupted, enveloping all the youths of the Bloodblade continent. Those with lower cultivation bases trembled, and their eyes filled with shock. Their true yuan and qi were unstable, and they were about to be forcibly devoured. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming instantly struck 5 palms and kicked 6 times, killing 5 youths from the Bloodblade continent. He also used his shoulder to kill another person. On the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming had fought with more than a dozen spiritual gods in his sea of consciousness for a long time. Besides the increase in his cultivation, his use of martial arts techniques had also been greatly improved. Now, every muscle and bone in his body could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Even his hair could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. With a wave of his hand, it contained the supreme power to suppress the 9 nether prison. At the same level, his combat strength was much stronger. It had increased by 30%. Five more days. In other words, Lu Ming's combat strength was 30% stronger than his own before he entered the Sky Poison Island. Before he entered the Sky Poison Island, he was no match for the current him in a battle of the same level. In other words, his ability to fight above his level had become stronger. Boom! Boom! There were 2 loud bangs. Only the blood-haired young man and the other 2 most powerful people could compete with Lu Ming. However, they were also shocked. Lu Ming could actually kill the other experts while fighting the 2 of them. His combat strength was terrifyingly strong. Buzz! Buzz! The saber chi soared to the sky, and the remaining people all unleashed their bloodlines. They were all blood-red warblade bloodlines, but their levels were different. There were 6 golden chakras on the blades of the red-haired young man and the other young man. Divine level rank 6 bloodline. As for the remaining few, they all had 5th level divine level bloodlines. The rest of the people used bloodline fusion at the same time, turning into blood-red sabers with shocking saber intent. Lu Ming, let me help you. Huanzhen stepped into the air. With every step, runes filled the air. No need. Help me hold the line and prevent anyone from escaping. Lu Ming said. This made Huanzhen stunned. Was Lu Ming going to make everyone from the Bloodblade continent stay here? Isn't he too confident? The other Talisman sect members looked at each other in shock and anticipation. Such big words, watch how I kill you. One of the sabers let out a furious roar and expanded to 1,000 meters in size, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and merged with the 9-dragon bloodline. The 9-dragon bloodline roared and its 9 claws stepped out. Boom! Boom! Violent energy blasted out. Other than the 2 divine level 6 blood sabers, the other blood sabers all exploded and turned back into human form. They fell to the ground and were no longer alive. The 2 divine level 6 blood sabers were also trembling non-stop. Their saber chi collapsed and they were sent flying. The 2 of them were at the 7th level spirit embryo realm, the same level as Lu Ming. How could they be his match? Lu Ming had never met an opponent of the same level. Not good, he's too strong. Let's go, split up. The blood-haired young man's shocked voice came from one of the blood-red blades. Lu Ming's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 blood-red blades fled in 2 different directions. Where should we go? In one of the directions, a formation appeared, and an illusory figure suddenly appeared there, blocking a blood-red saber. Dodge! A voice came from the blood saber and the saber light slashed at Huan Zhen. Huan Zhen's Silavira hair danced in the wind and his eyes glowed with Silavira light. Around him, formations appeared and turned into Silavira swords that slashed at Bloody Blade. Boom! Boom! The rumbling continued, and the blood-red saber could not break through at all. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped in the air and caught up with the other blood saber. The blood-red saber was transformed from the blood-haired young man. The 9 dragons clawed at the blood saber. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the bloody blade let out an angry roar, and its blade chi rose sharply, slashing at the 9 dragons. However, under the 9 dragons' all-conquering dragon claws, they were all in vain, and the saber chi was destroyed. Clang! Clang! The 9 dragon claws grabbed the blood-red saber one after another and pulled with all their might. The blood-red saber shattered into pieces with a bang, and the figure of the red-haired young man reappeared in the air. At this moment, his face was full of panic, and his eyes were filled with horror. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and charged at him. Even if you can kill me, I won't let you have an easy time. The red-haired young man had a ferocious look on his face. He pounced on Lu Ming without fear of death. It was a pity that there was a huge gap between his combat strength and Lu Ming's. It was not something that could be made up for by fearlessness. After a few moves, he was torn apart by Lu Ming and died on the spot. Then, the dragon twisted its body and pounced at the last youth from the Bloodblade continent. The result was destined. Lu Ming and Huan Zhen were together and the young man was killed in a few moves. Not far away, the Talisman sect's disciples were completely silent. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. The group of powerful Bloodblade continent's young men who had followed Lu Ming here were killed in an instant. Among them, 2 of them were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Such people were also killed by Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. It made them feel like they were in a dream. The Talisman sect disciples who had been with Lu Ming were still in a better state. However, those who had not seen Lu Ming since the Battle of Providence were even more shocked. Before the Battle of Providence, although Lu Ming was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Not many people thought that Lu Ming could compete with such a figure. First, Lu Ming could kill such a figure. After the shock, it was ecstasy. Lu Ming was the candidate of the Talisman sect. The stronger he was, the stronger the Talisman sect would be. Naturally, they would be happy. Devouring power burst out of the mouths of the 9 dragon bloodline cultivators, devouring all the vital essence and blood essence of the Bloodblade continent cultivators. Now, Lu Ming no longer had to worry about using the 9 dragon bloodline. After devouring, Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. Lu Ming, thank you very much for this. Huan Zhen cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Ming's progress was too great. Truth be told, when he first met Lu Ming, although Huan Zhen was very polite, that was just his personality. He did not expect Lu Ming to reach this level and did not treat Lu Ming as a prodigy of his level. But now, not only had Lu Ming achieved it, but his ability had probably surpassed him. No need to thank me. Fortunately, I'm not late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, where have you been all this time? Why don't I see him? The other disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect also surrounded him. Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with joy and resentment. That's right, Lu Ming. Our little Scarlet Snow has been very worried about you during this period of time. She misses you so much that she doesn't even have the appetite to eat or drink. Ha! On the side, Wen Jishe teased. Senior brother Wen, you. Nonsense, what does his life or death have to do with me? Bai Qixue stomped her feet and her face turned red. Huh, you're shy. Wen Zhongli laughed out loud. On the side, the others also laughed. Having escaped death, everyone was very relaxed. Bai Qixue's face and neck turned even redder. She did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Looking at Bai Qixue's shy expression, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This girl, don't tell me she really likes me. It seems that I can't tease her in the future. Lu Ming thought in his heart. What's going on with the people of the Bloodblade continent? Why was everyone attacked by the people of the Bloodblade continent? Also, how much longer is there until the Battle of Kismet ends in a year? Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and asked. As he spoke, he refined the energy that he had devoured. Most of the youths from the Bloodblade continent cultivated either the blood or blade concepts, which were of no use to him. Lu Ming, there's only 5 days left until the 1-year Battle of Providence. Huan Zhen said. 5 days. I've actually stayed on the Sky Poison Island for more than 5 months. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Reason. Although he had guessed that he had stayed on the Sky Poison Island for a long time, he did not expect that it had already been more than 5 months. If he had been any later, the Battle of Providence would have ended directly. It was no wonder that his cultivation had soared so quickly. In the past 5 months, he had advanced 3 cultivation realms. That was not too fast. After all, he had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. If he were to fight with the 3-eyed god race outside, he might be able to increase his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. Lu Ming, you went deep into the Sky Poison Island and never came back. The poisonous gas inside was too strong, and we couldn't go in. We were really afraid that something had happened to you. What happened to you on the Sky Poison Island? Wen Zhongli asked. Lu Ming then told him about his encounter with the 3-eyed god. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Lu Ming had actually encountered the attacks of more than 10 spiritual gods from the 3-eyed god race on the Sky Poison Island. Furthermore, the battle in his Sea of Consciousness had lasted for several months. In the end, his skills had even improved greatly. It was truly amazing. After all, when a spiritual god realm master lost his physical body, his spiritual god would not stay in the world for long and would dissipate. Only some special treasures could allow the spirit god to be preserved. The totem pole of the Sky Poison Island was probably that kind of treasure. However, there was something strange about it. Even the totems of the other 8 forbidden areas did not have a spirit god attached to them. Lu Ming guessed that it was most likely related to the Sky Poison Island. There was not a trace of poisonous gas in that cave. Instead, it was filled with spiritual qi and origin qi. Wen Zhishe was good with words. He immediately started to explain what had happened during this period of time. About half a month ago, the 9 forbidden grounds were all broken and the 9 totem pillars were obtained. Only the final totem pillar in the 3-eyed god race's capital remained. As long as he obtained this final totem pillar, he would be able to open the ancient city of Providence. However, at this moment, a heaven's favorite from another continent appeared. It was the heaven's favorite from the Bloodblade continent. As soon as the Bloodblade continent's heaven's favorites entered, they started to kill. Many of the 4 overlord forces, heaven's favorites, were killed. After the slaughter, they knew that the prodigies of the Bloodblade continent were also participating in the battle for Providence. They had also completed their mission, and their final goal was the final totem pillar in the 3-eyed god race's capital. If the Bloodblade continent could obtain that totem pillar, they would be able to open their ancient city of Providence. Whoever managed to obtain the last totem pillar would be able to open the ancient city of Providence, and those who failed to do so would be considered to have failed. The heaven's favorites of the Bloodblade continent were very powerful, even slightly stronger than those of the East continent. More importantly, they were all very united and seemed to come from the same force. The four overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory were too scattered and suffered a crushing defeat in the beginning. In the end, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley had to join forces to have the strength to contend with the Bloodblade Continent. As for the Talisman Amulet Sect, they were directly excluded by the three major factions. They refused to let the Talisman Amulet Sect join. It was obvious that they wanted to use the Bloodblade Continent to destroy the Talisman Amulet Sect. The Talisman Amulet Sect had been hiding under the leadership of the Zongzis from fantasy reality. However, they were still found by the Bloodblade Continent 2 days ago, which was why they had fought. It's a pity that Guan Tao, Lu Song, and a few others have all died in battle. Wen Jishe sighed. Guan Tao and Lu Song were the Talisman Sect's top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were also one of the 13 Zongzis. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the Talisman Sect members and realized that many of them were missing. Out of the 13 candidates of the Talisman Sect, only 6 were present, 7 were missing. The total number of people from the Talisman Amulet Sect was only slightly more than 300. Are these the only people left in the Talisman Amulet Sect? Lu Ming asked. Almost there. Even if there are some who are still in the ruins, there are definitely not many. Wen Jishe sighed. The other Talisman Sect disciples also looked dejected. The Talisman Amulet Sect had a total of about 1,000 people, but now there were only about 300 left. The losses were extremely heavy. One had to know that these were the elites of the Talisman Sect's younger generation. In every battle of Providence, a large number of geniuses would die in battle. However, every time there was a battle of Providence, the major factions would send all their geniuses in. This was because once someone obtained a great opportunity, all the sacrifices would be worth it. For example, this time, Bai Qixue had obtained the inheritance of the emperor. Even if hundreds of people died in the battle, it was worth it. The inheritance of an emperor was extremely precious. Not only could it bring many different formations and inscriptions to the Talisman Sect, but also Bai Qixue's future would be limitless. Even if she could not reach the height of an emperor in the future, as long as she could become a supreme being, it would be worth it. We'd better leave this place first. I'm afraid that the other Heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade Continent will soon find out that their Heaven's favorite has been killed. At that time, they will come to kill us. We will be in real danger. Huan Zhen said. Not bad. Wen Jishe nodded. All of you, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming waved his hand and the mountain and river diagram flew toward him. The Wheel of Blades, having lost its owner, stood still in the air and was put away by Lu Ming. Huan Zhen and the rest had long heard that Lu Ming had a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. They were overjoyed to hear that. As long as they entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming would bring them to another place alone. The people from the Bloodblade Continent would definitely not be able to find them. Immediately, the Talisman Amulet Sect members were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming put the mountain and river diagram away, turned into a rainbow light, and left the place. In a valley millions of miles away, Lu Ming appeared and released the people from the Talisman Amulet Sect. Some of the injured disciples began to heal their injuries, while those who were not injured began to carve formations around them. There were only 5 days left until the 1-year deadline. They had no intention of looking for any more opportunities. They just had to wait for the last 5 days to pass. Right now, the Heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade Continent and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace should be near the royal city, waiting for an opportunity to get the last totem pillar, right? Lu Ming asked. That's right. There are still 5 days left. They will definitely make a move in these few days. Otherwise, they won't have the chance anymore. If they don't get the last totem pillar, then all the luck they've obtained during this period of time will be wasted. The top Heaven's favorites will definitely not be satisfied with this. Huan Zhen nodded. In fact, the The Bloodblade continent and the three-party alliance had already fought once before to attack the royal city. However, there were extremely powerful existences in the royal city, experts who were infinitely close to the spiritual god realm and could easily attack the spiritual god realm. Last time, there was an expert of that level who attacked and forcefully broke into the spiritual god realm, killing several powerful geniuses from both sides. However, in the end, the three-eyed god who forced his way into the spiritual god realm also exploded and died. They must have been suppressed to death by the laws of heaven and earth of this world. Wen Jishe explained. Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for the three-eyed god race to have such existences. The spiritual god realm experts that Lu Ming encountered on the Sky Poison Island were all elders of the three-eyed god race who were nearing the end of their lifespans. They had no choice but to give it their all and attempt to break through to the spiritual god realm. In the end, they were suppressed. However, there were definitely some within the three-eyed god race that had yet to reach the end of their lifespans and could break through to the spiritual god stage at any time. Chapter 951 Attacking the Capital. Those existences were incomparably powerful, far more so than the ordinary three-eyed gods. This was because anyone who could break through to the spiritual god realm was a genius among geniuses. The foundation for a human warrior to break through to the spiritual god realm was to awaken a divine bloodline. Without awakening a divine bloodline, there was a 99% chance that one would not be able to break through to the spiritual god realm. Only those who had awakened a divine-level bloodline were qualified to break through to the spiritual god realm. However, that was all. Many who had awakened a first or even second-level divine-level bloodline would fail to break through to the spiritual god realm. Of course, the higher the level of the awakened divine bloodline, the higher the success rate would be. The spiritual god realm could have a lifespan of 5,000 years. In the Eastern Barren Land, there were hundreds of large regions. How many spiritual god realm experts had accumulated in the past 5,000 years? Very few. And how many among the younger generation had awakened divine bloodlines? There were 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents alone, and there were also new talents. If those with divine bloodlines could break through to the spiritual god realm, there would be hundreds of them in this generation. How was that possible? Even if this generation was at its golden age, it would be good enough if 100 or 200 people could break through to the spiritual god realm. Many god-tier geniuses might not even be able to defeat the spirit god. That was why those who could break through to the spiritual god realm were all geniuses among geniuses. They were all extremely powerful, and with such an existence in the royal three-eyed god race, it wouldn't be easy for the two forces to seize the last totem pillar. Lu Ming, are you going to fight for the last totem pole? Huan Zhen asked. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Why not? If both sides fight, I might be able to benefit from it. With your combat strength, you might have a chance. Unfortunately, I was injured in the previous battle and can't help you. Huan Zhen said. No need to help. I'm just going to take a look. It's better to hide alone. If there's an opportunity, I'll wait for it. If there's no opportunity, then forget it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Huan Zhen pondered for a moment. His hand glowed and an inscription talisman scroll appeared. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, this is a peculiar inscription talisman that I obtained previously. As long as you activate it with your own mental energy fire, you can condense 8 people that look exactly like you. Moreover, they all have the same aura. It might be helpful for your trip. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not decline and kept it, saying, Many thanks, I will definitely repay this favor in the future. This inscription scroll was very precious. It could actually condense 8 people with the same aura as the user. It could definitely save a life at a critical moment. This was clearly a treasure that Huan Zhen had obtained from the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming was very grateful that Huan Zhen was willing to give such a treasure to him. You're welcome. You saved me before. Huan Zhen laughed. He was a handsome man that could make women jealous. Then I'll go to the capital. If there's anything, you can contact me at any time. Lu Ming said. Then, he looked at Bai Qixue, who was not far away, and turned to leave. Lu Ming. Bai Qixue called him from behind. Miss Bai, don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. He headed for the capital. Why did he call me Miss Bai? Didn't you just call me Qi Shui? Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming's back as he left, lost in thought. There are rumors that during the war in Nine Dragons, Lu Ming did it for a woman. Could that woman be Lu Ming's lover? Thinking of this, Bai Qixue let out a long sigh, and her eyes looked a bit sad. A beam of light streaked across the sky, traveling 100 miles in an instant. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the territory where the three-eyed god race's imperial city was. He carved an array for himself to conceal his aura, and then continued to move forward. Soon, a magnificent city appeared in front of them. This was the royal city of the three-eyed god race. There were three-eyed god soldiers patrolling on the tall and majestic city walls, day and night. Last time, the prodigies from both sides charged into the capital, and this caused the three-eyed god race to be even more cautious. I'll wait here. I guess the two sides will start fighting in a few days. Lu Ming hid in a secret place and observed the capital from afar. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed day by day, but neither side made a move. Obviously, both sides had the same idea, waiting for the other side to make the first move, and then reap the benefits. On the last day, both sides finally could not hold back and attacked at almost the same time. From the south and north of the capital, there were more than 100 rainbow lights each, rushing towards the capital at an extreme speed. Both sides had sent out more than 100 people. Each one of them was a heaven's favorite among heaven's favorites, and they were extremely powerful. Enemy attack. And NBSP, die. A furious roar immediately erupted from the three-eyed god race's capital city, and the entire city exploded with powerful energy. Kill. The battle cries shook the heavens. More than 100 people from both the north and south charged into the capital like a sharp knife. Every one of them was a heaven's favorite who could jump several levels and kill their opponents. They were extremely powerful, especially a top heaven's favorite like Luo Tian. He was so powerful that he could easily kill a 9th-level spirit embryo realm cultivator. A brilliant light flashed, and although the three-eyed god race had a lot of people, they were instantly killed. The two sides quickly rushed towards the center of the capital. Those few people in the lead are so strong. Lu Ming watched from afar and his eyes narrowed. On the north side was the allied army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley. The few people in the lead were extremely powerful. Their attacks erupted and killed anyone who stood in their way. A golden-robed youth wearing a golden crown slashed out with his sword. Regardless of whether they were at the 9th level or the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, they were all killed in one move. Lu Ming even discovered that a powerful existence with a perfected spirit embryo was killed by him with one slash. Strong, extremely powerful. This man's aura is similar to Di Feng's. He must be Di Shen, the top talent among the young generation of the Eastern Barren Territory and the top one on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit. Emperor God was also the descendant of martial Emperor De, but he was terrifyingly talented. Some people said that his talent was not weaker than martial Emperor De's when he was young, and he had the potential to become an emperor in the future. Beside the emperor, the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley also had their own powerful heaven's favorites. In the south, in the Bloody Blade continent, there were also proud sons of heaven on the same level as the Emperor God level. In just a few minutes, they had broken through many obstacles and were about to reach the center of the capital. You still dare to charge in, you're looking for death. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the center of Yinwu City. Then, a beam of light with lightning struck toward the Emperor God. The Emperor God struck out with his sword and destroyed the light beam, but he was also stopped. Then, several beams of light burst out in succession, shooting toward the north and south. The Bloody Blade Continent and the Eastern Barren Territory were both attacked. So there are still old guys like you. You guys block the other three-eyed gods, and we'll take the totem pillar. The Emperor God's voice was heard. Then, he, together with the most powerful paragons of the Heavenly Demon Tribe and the Heavenly Corpse Sect, charged forward as if they had met their match. Sword chi and saber light shot up into the sky in the capital. And NBSP, the Bloodblade Continent, was doing the same. The strongest few charged forward while the others blocked the other three-eyed gods. Chapter 952 Taking Action. It seems that there are still people who are about to break through to the spiritual god realm in Yinwu City. Otherwise, no one can stop the Emperor God and the others. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he smiled. The other party was competing with the strong, which gave him a chance. Lu Ming turned into a shadow and rushed toward the capital. Firstly, he came from the north, along the route that the three parties from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had taken. And NBSP, there were almost no obstructions along the way, and the three-eyed god race had all been drawn to the center. On the way, he saw many corpses of three-eyed gods. Swallow. Lu Ming controlled his 9-dragon bloodline and started devouring it crazily. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to devour those of a lower level. He only devoured the corpses of three-eyed god race beings of the 7th level spirit embryo realm and above. One by one, the corpses of the three-eyed god race turned into dried corpses. Along the way, he had devoured over 37th level spirit embryo realm, a dozen 8th level spirit embryo realm, 5 to 6 9th level spirit embryo realm, and even a three-eyed god corpse with a perfected spirit embryo. His blood essence and energy were extremely rich. The two sides are still fighting anyway. Let's find a place to refine it. Lu Ming rushed into a small room and entered the mountain and river diagram. He focused all his energy on refining the energy that he had devoured. Roar. Not long after, the 9 dragons let out a long roar. On top of the 5 golden chakra, there was one more chakra. Divine level rank 6 bloodline. The 9 dragon bloodline had finally advanced by 1 level, reaching divine level rank 6. With the advancement of the 9 dragon bloodline, the speed of refining energy had increased by several times. Boom! 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 Within his body, his true essence rumbled and was incomparably majestic. His spirit embryo was constantly being condensed and slowly shrinking. It was as if a powerful existence was being nurtured within the spirit embryo. An hour later, all the energy in his body had been refined clean. Peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Previously, his cultivation had been at the early stage of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm, Lu Ming was slightly surprised that he had not broken through to the 8th level spirit embryo realm after devouring so many powerful three-eyed gods. On the other hand, his intent realm had some breakthroughs. Outside the mountain and river diagram, there was still a constant roar. It seemed that the battle was still going on. It's been more than an hour and they're still fighting. It seems that the Emperor God and the others have met a strong opponent. I'll go and take a look. Lu Ming carefully left the room and rushed to the center of the capital. His speed was extremely fast, and he kept his aura hidden. He kept flashing in the dark, and almost no one noticed him. In the center of the capital, there was a huge square. In the middle of the square, there was a stone pillar with various carvings on it. It was a totem pillar. And around the square, there was an intense battle. A vast aura filled the air. Two of the three-eyed gods were extremely burly. They were more than 10 meters tall, and the aura they emitted was almost at the spiritual god realm. The Emperor God and two other powerful young men teamed up to fight against a three-eyed god. A few powerful youths from the Bloodblade continent also joined forces to fight against a flashing-eyed god race. Even further out, countless three-eyed gods were attacking the other chosen. The totem pole was right in front of him, but he couldn't seize it. This is my chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The bone armor on his body transformed into another form. He took a step forward and suddenly rushed forward. Kill! One of the three-eyed gods noticed him and swung his axe at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the three-eyed god was killed. When the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Heavenly Demon Valley saw Lu Ming, they thought that he was a genius on their side and naturally did not stop him. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming killed a few three-eyed celestials in a row and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His body flashed rapidly like a ray of light. He passed through many battlefields and approached the battlefield where the Emperor God and the others were fighting. He did not stop and continued to rush towards the central totem pole. Ants, you're looking for death. The three-eyed god who was fighting with Di Shen and the others was extremely powerful. The third eye on his glabella shot out a beam of light that pierced through Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and he dodged several times, retreating 100 meters to avoid the attack. What? The Emperor God and the others also looked at Lu Ming. They frowned. Lu Ming's appearance was very unfamiliar and his aura was completely concealed. Which force did he belong to? He actually wanted to take the totem pole for himself. You want to take the totem pillar? Wishful thinking. And NBSP, scram. The tall and sturdy three-eyed god roared, but as he did so, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There seemed to be an invisible energy pressing down on him. In this world, the three-eyed god race can't break through to the spirit god realm. He forcefully broke through to the spirit god realm and is being suppressed by the laws of the heaven and earth. He's on the verge of death. The Emperor God let out a long roar and fought with all his might. These two three-eyed gods had forcefully entered the spiritual god realm and were suppressed by the laws, so they couldn't use their strength at all. Otherwise, no matter how talented the Emperor God and the others were, they wouldn't be a match for a spiritual god expert. They wouldn't even be able to block it. The difference between a spirit embryo and a spirit god was too great. It was difficult to surpass because people in the spirit god realm were overwhelming prodigies to begin with. I can only use the inscription scroll. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and the inscription talisman that Huan Zhen had given him appeared in his hand. As soon as he opened it, his mental energy spread out. Buzz! The inscription scroll glowed and Lu Ming's body was suddenly covered in an array. Then, his body trembled and split into Tulavir Lu Mings. There were a total of 13 Lu Ming. Of course, once he used this inscription talisman scroll, he would return to his original appearance. However, the 13 Lu Mings had the exact same appearance and body shape. Even their auras were the same. This is a good opportunity. Charge! Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a single thought, the 13 figures split up and dashed towards the totem pole at top speed. The three-eyed god race was stunned, so was the god emperor. Lu Ming, it's him. The Emperor God shouted coldly. He had recognized Lu Ming. Damn it! The three-eyed god bellowed in rage. A beam of light shot out from his glabella, aiming at one of the Lu Mings. Lu Ming's figure flickered non-stop as he dodged the beams. The three-eyed god's eyes continued to shoot out beams of light, and finally, after much difficulty, they managed to hit him. That Lu Ming crumbled, but the other Tulavir continued to charge forward. Humph, don't even think about it. The Emperor God and the others also took action, not wanting Lu Ming to take the totem pole. On the other side, the Bloodblade continent and the three-eyed god who was fighting against them also moved to stop Lu Ming. The people of the Bloodblade continent did not want Lu Ming to obtain the totem pole. However, they did not know which one was Lu Ming's real body and could only attack randomly. The remaining Tolavir Lu Ming's figures flickered continuously, avoiding the attacks and approaching the totem pole. Bang! Bang! With so many experts blocking Lu Ming, it was naturally impossible for him to avoid all of them. He was hit continuously and his body collapsed one after another. However, in the end, there were still two bodies that managed to reach the totem pole. Ah, damn it, no! The young man from the Bloodblade continent shouted madly. The eyes of the Divine Emperor and the others glowed. They were not too excited. No matter what, Lu Ming was from the East Baron. If he seized the totem pole, he could help the East Baron to open the ancient city of Providence. As for the fate value, he could just snatch it from the ancient city of Providence. When they thought of this, they didn't make a move. The appearance of the ancient city of Providence. Rise! The two figures of Lu Ming hugged the totem pole at the same time and roared. With a loud boom, the totem pole was pulled out by Lu Ming. The moment he did so, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Lu Ming. The attacks from all directions were blocked by the light beam. At this moment, the three-eyed god race, the Divine Emperor, and the others did not attack Lu Ming. No. The paragons of the Bloodblade continent let out indignant roars and attacked Lu Ming frantically. Unfortunately, no matter how they attacked, they were blocked by the light. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped the youths of the Bloodblade continent. Then, as they roared unwillingly, the geniuses of the Bloodblade continent all disappeared on the spot with a flash. It was obvious that they had failed and were teleported out. Boom! At this moment, the totem pole in Lu Ming's hands trembled violently. It flickered with light and then flew into the sky. Then, Lu Ming realized that another totem pole in his storage ring had flown out of the storage ring by itself and into the sky. Totem pillars also flew out of the Emperor God's and the others' storage rings. The most shocking one was the Emperor God. Two of them flew out of his storage ring at the same time. A few million miles away from the capital, a fatty was carrying a huge axe. Beside him was a beautiful woman. The two of them were casually walking in the sky. They were Fatty Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting. Suddenly, the fatty's face changed. A totem pillar flew out of his storage ring. The totem pillar glowed and pierced through the space, flying into the distance. The next moment, Fatty reacted and let out a shrill cry, "Ah, my totem pole." The totem pillar that he had obtained with great difficulty had actually flown away by itself. He immediately flew in the direction of the totem pillar. Boom! 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 The sky above the imperial city trembled as the totem pillars started to gather. Soon, all 10 of them had gathered together and formed a strange array in the sky. At this moment, the battle in the capital stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. Boom! The totem pillars gathered together, and a bright light shot up into the sky. The space was torn apart by the light, and a huge hole appeared. From the inside, a huge ancient city could be seen. In the eastern wilderness, the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Talisman Amulet Sect had all gathered at their respective ancient teleportation portals, which were the entrances to the Battle of Providence. The Talisman Amulet Sect, by Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other senior members, as well as some powerful elders, were all gathered in the area near the ancient stone. The one-year deadline is about to arrive. I wonder if the ancient city of Providence will be able to open this time. Du Songjue sighed. It wasn't easy to open the ancient city of Providence, and most of the battles for Providence in the past hadn't even been able to open it. The number of times it could be opened was in the minority. I hope it can be opened. However, once it's opened, my talisman amulet sect's disciples will be in danger. Bai Shijin sighed. The other elders also sighed. They were conflicted. After the opening of the ancient city of Providence, it would be the final battle. This was an opportunity for the talisman sect disciples, but it was also very dangerous. Without strength, they would only be killed by others. At the same time, they thought of Lu Ming. They wanted Lu Ming to be the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, but they knew that it was too difficult. Most importantly, Lu Ming had too little time. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength could only compete with those at the bottom of the 100. However, the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all more powerful than the last. It would be too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up with them in a year. After all, he would improve, and so would the other geniuses. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the stone began to shake and emit a bright light. It's activated. The teleportation formation has been activated, which means that the ancient city of Providence has been activated. Bai Shijin and the others were overjoyed. Let's go. We'll enter the ancient city of Providence. Du Songjue shouted. Everyone stepped forward and entered the teleportation array. At the same time, in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, there was also an ancient stone that was glowing. The higher-ups of the three parties stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. In the eastern barren land, above a barren mountain, a shocking roar suddenly came from the endless void. Wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, the endless void cracked, and a huge spatial crack appeared. Then, an ancient city emerged from it. This ancient city was more than 10,000 miles in length and width. In the middle of the city, there was a huge fighting stage. The fighting stage was made of a strange metal with strange patterns on it. Around the fighting ring, there were rows of seats in the shape of a ring. It was like a coliseum. Sitting on the seats, one could look down and see everything happening in the fighting ring. There was no grandstand on the north side of the battle stage. Instead, there was a long flight of stairs that extended from the bottom to the battle stage. Suddenly, four black vortexes appeared in the sky above the stands, from which many figures emerged. In one of the vortexes, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other patriarchs of the symbol puppet sect appeared. On the right side of the talisman amulet sect, silhouettes filled with corpse chi and ghostly chi appeared. They were the higher-ups of the heavenly corpse sect, all of whom were extremely powerful. In particular, there was a tall figure among them. He was shrouded in endless corpse chi, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. His aura was not strong, but it gave people a huge pressure. The Corpse Emperor of the Sky Corpse Sect. Upon seeing this figure, Bai Shijin and the others' pupils contracted and they became extremely solemn. The Sky Corpse Sect's Corpse Emperor was a sovereign path expert, on par with Martial Emperor De. They were renowned throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. This time, even the Corpse Emperor had appeared, which showed how important this Battle of Providence was. Fortunately, the ancient city of Kismet was similar to the entrance to the Battle of Kismet. There was a powerful suppression, and the older one was, the stronger the suppression. Even Imperial Dao experts would be greatly suppressed here, and they wouldn't be able to display much of their battle prowess. That was why they weren't too worried. If they were outside, the zombie emperor could kill them all by himself. On the right side of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, another group of people also appeared. They were from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans were all here. There were also a few other people who exuded a similarly imposing aura. Clearly, they were characters on the same level as the clan heads of the 6 great clans. The supremes of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were not limited to the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans. However, the gazes of Bai Shijin and the others directly skipped over them and landed on a middle-aged man in a purple and gold robe. Martial Emperor De. Bai Shijin and the others were shocked. Martial Emperor De had come in person. Martial Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Corpse Emperor. Martial Emperor De was famous in the East Baron. He founded the Detian Divine Palace and made it the biggest human force in the East Baron. He was so famous and powerful that some people called him the #1 emperor in the East Baron. Even the Corpse Emperor was weaker. Moreover, Bai Shijin and the others knew that it was De who had secretly killed Lien Sung. They hated and feared Martial Emperor De. When Martial Emperor De appeared, he looked directly at the Talisman sect like 2 extremely sharp divine swords. Although Martial Emperor De was completely suppressed here, it still gave people a lot of pressure. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others all changed their expressions as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. Only one person looked calm as he stared at Martial Emperor De. Yan Quangtu. Yan Quangtu and the Talisman Amulet sect had also entered this place. Yan Quangtu's eyebrows flashed, and the 9 Sun Supreme Master walked out. After a year, the soul of the 9 Sun Supreme had become many times more solid than it was a year ago. It was almost solid, and its soul power was strong and stable. He also looked at Martial Emperor De. A bright light burst out of Martial Emperor De's eyes, and a strong killing intent filled the air. Although he did not speak, he had made it clear. "Humph, do you think that hiding in the Talisman Amulet sect will be of any use?" The patriarch of the Wang clan looked at Yan Quangtu and the others with cold eyes. "Your Talisman Amulet sect will also be destroyed sooner or later. I wonder how many people from the Talisman Amulet sect will be able to make it to the ancient city of Providence in this battle of Providence. I hope they don't all die." The master of the Jiang family said coldly. "Don't worry, the disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect will naturally have their own opportunities." Bai Shijin said in a deep voice. "It's useless to be stubborn. Soon, you'll see the reality." The patriarch of the Wang clan said coldly. This time, Bai Shijin and the others didn't reply. There was no point in saying more. "De, I don't know what you're thinking. You have 2 such powerful disciples. You don't even want your grand disciple, which makes me very jealous." At this time, a voice came from another direction. It was a woman's voice, but it was full of charm. It made people's hearts beat faster and their hearts tremble. Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. Demonic chi filled the air. The demons of the Sky Demon Valley had arrived. One of the women was about 30 years old. She was wearing a thin veil that revealed her devilish figure. Her appearance was enough to turn all living beings upside down. Any man who saw her would feel their heart skip a beat. Her every move, every frown, and every smile was filled with endless temptation. Demon Emperor. Central's heart trembled. The Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon Valley was said to be a 9-tailed fox, a pure-blooded 9-tailed fox. A pure-blood 9-tailed fox was a divine beast. Even though a 9-tailed fox was not particularly strong among divine beasts, it was still extremely terrifying. Today, the 3 supreme existences of the East Continent, De, the Martial Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor, had all arrived. This was a rare occasion that only happened once in 1,000 years. In the eastern wastelands, the number of emperors could be counted with a finger. Each one of them was a supreme existence. Without a doubt, De's Martial Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Corpse Emperor were the strongest among the emperors. Although the demonic Sky Sovereign was also a sovereign, he was weaker than the 3 of them. Back then, the demonic Sky Sovereign had only stopped the avatar of Martial Emperor Dai. Now, it was obvious that the real body of martial Emperor Dai had returned from the sea. In comparison, the talisman amulet sect was too weak. Humph, they're just a pair of unfilial disciples. The demon emperor must be laughing at us. Martial Emperor De said coldly. Is he really a traitorous disciple? Why didn't the rumors I heard say this? De, you have seized the bloodline of the 9 sons and the blood essence of the 9 dragons. What do you want? I'm very curious. The demon emperor said with a smile. This smile made many people's hearts beat faster. In their shock, they quickly looked away, not daring to look at the demon emperor. This was also because everyone present had profound cultivation and had cultivated for many years. Even the weakest of them was a spiritual god realm master. If those young people saw this, they would probably lose their minds and be unable to extricate themselves. Martial Emperor De's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. The demon emperor looked at De and smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the stairs. Within the three-eyed god race's capital, everyone was looking up at the sky, at the massive object that had just appeared. That's the ancient city of Providence. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. Suddenly, beams of light appeared from the ancient city of Providence and landed on every young genius who was participating in the Battle of Providence. At this moment, no matter where they were, no matter which ruins they were in, or which forbidden area they were in, as long as they were not dead, a beam of light would descend from the sky and envelop them. Then, the space trembled and the figure disappeared. In the capital, those heaven's favorites disappeared one by one. It was the same for Lu Ming. The light pillar shook and his figure disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself on a huge platform. Lights were flashing all around him and figures kept appearing. Lu Ming saw Di Shen and the other elites of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the Talisman Amulet Sect. Huan Zhen, Wen Qixue, Bai Qixue and the rest were all there. They smiled and walked over when they saw Lu Ming. The geniuses of the 4 overlord forces all gathered according to their forces. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huan Zhen walked over and said. It's fine. This time, I really have to thank you for the inscription talisman scroll. Lu Ming smiled at Huan Zhen. Without Huan Zhen's inscription scroll, Lu Ming might not be able to snatch the last totem pole even if he used all his strength. If he were to use his full strength, the others would definitely try to stop him. How would he be able to snatch the totem pillar? With the help of the inscription scroll, he was able to take the totem pole by surprise. Oh. Huan Zhen's eyes lit up. Did Lu Ming succeed? Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Wen Qixue, Bai Qixue and the rest came over to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and responded to them one by one. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. With a loud laugh, Fatty carried his axe and walked over. Wan Tingting and Fatty walked side by side. Fatty, Tingting. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the beginning of the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming had not met Fatty and Wan Tingting. To be honest, he was quite worried that something would happen to the two of them. Now that he saw them, he was naturally happy. Lu Ming, Tingting was worried that something would happen to you. I knew it. What can those pieces of trash do to you? The fatty grinned and looked at the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley in disdain. Before the Battle of Providence, the two forces had wanted to kill Lu Ming without mercy. Upon hearing the fatty's words, the few forces immediately cast cold killing intent at Lu Ming. Chapter 955 Dragon Fate. This was especially so for the supreme talents like the Divine Emperor. They had seen Lu Ming catch them off guard in the capital and seize the last totem pole. Humph, he's relying on treasures to catch me off guard. He'd better not touch me in the fight for fate later. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill him. Luo Tian said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. That's right, I'll kill him too. Another person coldly spoke. The Emperor God didn't say anything, but his eyes were cold. The battle for Providence had not ended yet. There was still a second stage, the battle for Providence. He might not be able to keep the luck he had seized before. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with the gazes of these people. Let's go up the stairs and head to the fighting ring. Someone said and stepped forward. In front of this platform, there was a huge flight of stairs that led upwards. Some people had already started to step forward. Then, all the forces stepped forward. In fact, even if the few major forces were added together, they did not have many people. The Talisman Amulet sect had over 1,000 people who had participated in the Battle of Providence, but now, there were less than 400 left. Back then, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had close to 10,000 people who had participated in the Battle of Providence, including the Death Warriors. Now, they only had 2,000 plus people. It could be said that they had suffered heavy casualties. The Heavenly Corpse sect only had less than 2,000. The Sky Demon Valley was slightly better off, with nearly 2,000 people. Of course, the rest of them had more or less obtained some opportunities. Some of them had even obtained great opportunities. As long as they survived, their future prospects were limitless. Everyone went up the stairs, but Lu Ming immediately saw a strange phenomenon. For example, the remaining suicide soldiers of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace could climb the stairs very quickly. Their bodies were light and agile. As for those famous geniuses, their speed was much slower. It was as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Each step was extremely difficult. It said that the higher one's luck value is, the greater the pressure one will face when walking up the stairs. It will be more difficult to walk. On the side, Huan Zhen said. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. No wonder. Those men of sacrifice were in charge of exploring some dangerous places. Any treasures would naturally belong to the elites. These men of sacrifice did not have much fate value, so they were naturally light and fast. On the stairs and around the fighting ring, the higher-ups of the four forces were staring at the stairs without blinking. Someone's coming up. Someone suddenly shouted, and many people's eyes lit up. A young man in a blood-red robe with dull eyes walked up the stairs and stepped into the battle stage. He was a death warrior of the Heavenly Corpse sect. When he stepped onto the fighting ring, a book of destiny appeared in front of him. The book of destiny turned into a small worm and appeared above the young man's head. However, the next moment, the small worm crumbled, and a beam of light suddenly appeared above the young man's head. With a flash, the young man was teleported away and appeared on a seat in the Heavenly Corpse sect's area. No one was surprised. In the first phase of the Battle of Providence, the map would change every time. However, in the second phase, the map of the ancient city of Providence would change every time. This Heavenly Corpse sect's Deathsworn obviously did not have enough luck value and had been eliminated in advance. To qualify for the next round of the Battle for Providence, one had to obtain a certain amount of Providence value. If one's Providence value did not meet the standard, all the previously obtained Providence value would disappear and be wasted. One would be sent to the stands and eliminated in advance. This was the same for every Battle of Providence. Following that, more and more people came up. However, the ones who had come up were all people with very low fate. The Book of Destiny turned into a bug and then collapsed, being teleported away. The number of people in the stands slowly increased. In the beginning, most of them were death warriors, followed by some young geniuses and Heaven's Pride experts. Someone's Book of Destiny condensed a small snake that was many times larger than the small worm from before. However, it still collapsed and was eliminated early. Thousands of people were eliminated. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. The book of destiny of a young man in green collapsed and turned into a giant python. The giant python roared in a majestic manner. It was much stronger than the small insects and snakes from before. Moreover, the giant python didn't collapse. It was still hovering above his head. He wasn't teleported to the stands, but remained on the fighting ring. Serpents of fate. Only those with more than 3,000 points of fate can turn into serpents. Only then can they retain their fate and enter the battle for fate. An old man in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace spoke. The young man was ecstatic. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this young man. He was Qin Qin Shan, who was ranked 999th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He barely qualified for the next round. The next young men were all able to transform their fate into pythons. The giant pythons spiraled above the heads of these young men, which was quite spectacular. In the end, more than 1,000 people were able to transform into pythons. Roar! Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the entire area, attracting everyone's attention. A 3-meter-long flood dragon appeared above the head of a young man. It was more majestic and powerful than the pythons. Fate turning into a flood dragon. Only when one's luck value reached 10,000 or more could one's luck transform into a flood dragon. Luck value, 3,000 to 10,000. Luck transformed into a python. From 10,000 to 100,000 points of luck, one's luck would transform into a flood dragon. When one's luck value reached more than 100,000, one could transform their luck into a dragon. The length of the dragon would be different depending on the amount of luck. Starting from this young man, the stage of the fate turning into a flood dragon had begun. Humph, Talisman Amulet Sect, I didn't expect you to still have many disciples alive. The Wang clan's patriarch looked towards the Talisman sect and mocked. Now, there were already quite a number of Talisman sect disciples who had appeared. Bai Shijin and the others were slightly more at ease. I've said it before. The disciples of my Talisman Amulet sect have their own opportunities. How can they die so easily? It seems that quite a few of you are missing. Bai Shijin sneered. Hehe, the main thing is to see how many of your so-called peerless geniuses from the Talisman Amulet sect can stay. The patriarch of the Wang clan sneered. Those who were able to turn into a dragon were definitely the cream of the crop. That was because the young man who had turned into a dragon was a god-tier genius. The heavens favorites who came up later were the core of the sections. Heavens, why is it so heavy? At this moment, Lu Ming had also stepped onto the stairs. However, he felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. It was difficult for him to move. He had to use a lot of strength to take one step. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and climbed up with great difficulty. On the stairs, Lu Ming saw Di Shen, Xue Jiani of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and a burly young man of the Sky Demon Valley. They were also walking very slowly, their bodies trembling slightly. The fatty was also very slow, but relatively speaking, he was much faster than Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, why are you so slow? I've finally surpassed you. The fat man grinned happily. His fat trembled as he walked forward step by step, in front of Di Shen and the others. There was also one person who was slow, and that was Bai Qixue. However, she was a bit faster than the fatty. Huan Zhen was also behind Bai Qixue. Wan Tingting, on the other hand, was a little faster and was about to reach the top of the stairs. True Dragon's Length. Slowly, the number of people on the stairs decreased. The higher-ups of the major forces around the fighting ring were still staring at the stairs. At this time, there were nearly 300 people who could transform their luck into a dragon on the fighting ring. The 300 flood dragons were of different lengths. The shortest one was 10 feet long, and the longest one was 99 feet. At this moment, the faces of Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were getting uglier and uglier. This was because only a few of the 13 Zongzis had come up. The Wang clan master's expression was similarly ugly. He didn't see Wang Chong and Wang Chen. These people should have appeared in the group of people who had the fate of transforming into a flood dragon. It's impossible for so many people to have their luck transform into a dragon, right? In history, there were very few people who could transform their fate into a dragon, and they were all monsters among monsters. Qi Shui, Lu Ming. Bai Shijin's heart was in his mouth. Lu Ming and Bai Qishui did not show up. Lu Ming might be able to break through to the Fate Dragon transformation, but Qi Shui. Bai Shijin felt sad. He understood that with Bai Qishui's cultivation, it was almost impossible for her to get such a high luck value, unless she had a heaven-defying opportunity. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the surroundings and interrupted Bai Shijin's thoughts. Bai Shijin hurriedly looked over and was immediately overjoyed. Bai Qishui, he saw Bai Qishui. At this moment, a real dragon with 5 claws flew out from the top of Bai Qishui's head. It was about 30 meters long and was as big as all the other pythons and flood dragons. The fate had transformed into a dragon. Bai Qishui's luck had turned into a dragon, which was completely out of Bai Shijin's expectation. The other patriarchs of the Talisman sect were also overjoyed. Obviously, Bai Qishui had a great opportunity. Without cultivation, what's the point of obtaining so much fate value? You'll still have to spit it out later. Seeing that the 2 top-notch heavens favorites of the Wang family didn't come out, the master of the Wang family was in a bad mood and sneered. The faces of Bai Shijin and the others changed. Well, there would be a fight later. Bai Qishui had a lot of luck but not a strong cultivation, so he would definitely be targeted by many people. Sure enough, all the heavens favorites around the fighting stage were staring at Bai Qishui with hostility. When they found out that Bai Qishui's cultivation was indeed not high, their eyes became even more heated. Roar! At this moment, another paragon stepped forward. A true dragon also appeared above his head, and his luck transformed into a dragon. It's Nangong Bo! Someone shouted. Bo is not bad. The head of the Nangong family revealed a smile. Nangong Bo was ranked 32nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, so the crowd was not too surprised. Nangong Bo's true dragon was about the same length as Bai Qishui's, about 100 feet long. Following that, those who ascended the stairs were all existences whose luck had transformed into a dragon. Moreover, most of them were ranked above Nangong Bo on the list of top 1,000 talents. Of course, there were also special ones. There were also those who were ranked behind Nangong Bo, but there were very few. There were even some who didn't make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents and were new talents. For example, the Corpse King of the Heavenly Corpse sect. There were also the elites of the Sky Demon Valley. Those who could transform their fate into a dragon were all monstrous geniuses among monstrous geniuses and were extremely powerful. People like Bai Qishui, who had accumulated luck points through great opportunities, were rare. Ru Kong. Not long after, Bai Shijing, Du Songjue and the rest were overjoyed to see another paragon of the Talisman Amulet sect turn into a dragon. Ru Kong was second only to Huan Zhen in the Talisman Amulet sect. The true dragon above his head was 15 feet long. 10,000 was 10 feet, which meant Ru Kong had obtained about 150,000 luck points. As for Wen Zhongli and the others, they had only been lucky enough to transform into a flood dragon. It seems like Guan Tao, Lu Song and the others have all fallen. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others sighed. Ru Kong had appeared. Now, there was also Huan Zhen and of course, Lu Ming. However, could Lu Ming's destiny really transform into a dragon? He still hadn't appeared. Everyone was worried. On the other hand, Yan Quantu and Nine Suns Supreme were very calm. As for the 3 sovereigns, they didn't say a word and just watched quietly. Especially the demon emperor, who was covered in a layer of colorful light. Otherwise, with her seductiveness that could turn all living beings upside down, many young people would probably be possessed by the devil with just a glance. Bang! Another young man stepped onto the fighting ring with heavy steps. Demonic Lord Luo Tian! Someone exclaimed. Finally, the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents had appeared. The moment Luo Tian appeared, the Book of Destiny transformed into a true dragon that was 160 feet long. Following that, a few more people entered the arena. They were all in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. One of them was even a newly risen heaven's favorite. It was shocking. Each of them had fate dragons that were above Luo Tian, and one of them even reached 200 feet long. Bang! An extremely fat figure stepped into the fighting ring. It's him. Many people were shocked. Most of the people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace knew this fatty. He was the disciple of the demonic Sky Sovereign and was on very good terms with Lu Ming. Roar! A 250-foot-long true dragon appeared above Fatty's head, suppressing the true dragons of Luo Tian and the others. This made many people extremely surprised. This fatty had actually accumulated so much fate value. However, some people felt better after thinking that the fatty was the disciple of an emperor. How many people in the East continent could be accepted as a disciple by an emperor? It was normal for him to be a little special. After the fatty, the people who came up were all above 250 feet. Bang! A young man with purple flames all over his body stepped onto the fighting ring. Wang Fengchen. The patriarch of the Wang clan's eyes lit up when he saw the young man. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man. Wang Fengchen from the Wang family was ranked 5th on the list of top 1,000 talents and the only one from the Wang family who was in the top 10. It was extremely powerful. The true dragon above Wang Fengchen's head was a full 300 feet long. A refined young man immediately followed Wang Fengchen onto the fighting ring. Above his head was a true dragon that was 310 feet long. He was 3 meters longer than Wang Fengchen. Dongfang Yu. A name appeared in everyone's mind. He was the peerless heaven's favorite of the ancient Dongfang family, ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Then, a beautiful woman appeared. She was a demon race prodigy and her dragon of fate was even longer than Dongfang Yu's. Bang! Bang! More and more people entered, and some recognized them as the chosen of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Buzz! A blood-red sword chi was released as a young man in a blood-red robe stepped into the fighting ring. The fate dragon on his body had reached a shocking 400 feet. Blood Sword 1, the number 1 disciple of the younger generation in the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the number 2 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even Xue Jiani has appeared. I think only the Emperor God and AO2 of the Heavenly Demon Valley are left. That's right. AO2 from the Heavenly Demon Valley is a rare heaven's favorite among the Flood Dragons. He can compete with the Emperor Gods. I wonder who will get more luck this time. I think it's an Emperor God. Although AO2 is strong, he's still a little weaker than an Emperor God. Look, someone's coming up. The surrounding people discussed as they stared at the stairs. "800 feet Fate Energy True Dragon." A muscular young man over 2 meters tall stepped into the fighting ring. The battle stage rumbled. A true dragon formed above his head and roared. 460 feet. This person was none other than AO2 from the Sky Demon Valley. His fate dragon was 460 feet long, which was 60 feet longer than Blood Sword 1. It was extremely shocking. However, since he had come earlier, everyone already knew that the Emperor God might have obtained more fate value. After AO2 came up, he turned around and looked at the stairs. A divine light flickered in his eyes. Bang! Bang! There was a rumbling sound coming from the stairs. Soon, a handsome face was revealed. It was the Emperor God. The Emperor God's slow steps seemed to be extremely heavy. Bang! Finally, he took a step forward, and a true dragon formed above his head. 560 feet, 560 feet long. God, no wonder the Emperor God is ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's a 250-meter long dragon of fate. He's ranked first. That's right. It's 150 meters long at the start. There's a chance it'll be 1,000 meters long when the battle for karmic luck begins. Cries of alarm came from the surroundings. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Emperor God really has the demeanor of His Majesty when he was young. Perhaps another martial royal realm expert will be born in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace during the holidays. Congratulations. The master of the Wang family congratulated Martial Emperor De. That's right. Brother Wang is right. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The master of the Jiang family and the others also congratulated him. Lu Ming, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others exclaimed in a low voice. Their eyes were filled with grief. Even the Emperor God had appeared. There should be no one else behind him. Could it be that Lu Ming had already died? At this moment, even Yan Kuangtu and the Nine Suns Supreme Master were swayed, and their eyes dimmed. Lu Ming was still too weak compared to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that this was the end? However, they did not notice that the Divine Emperor, Ao2, and Xue Jianyi were still looking in the direction of the stairs. The sovereigns also stared at the stairs without blinking, as if they could sense something. At this time, the others also noticed something strange and looked at the stairs. Could there be someone else? How was that possible? The Divine Emperor, Ao2, and Xue Jianyi had all appeared. Could it be that there were still people who had not come up? Impossible. Who could obtain more fate value than the Emperor God? Unless someone had deliberately stayed at the top of the stairs and waited until the end to attract attention. In history, there have been people like that. However, everyone couldn't help but be curious as they stared at it. Bang! A slight vibration could be heard. There was really someone there. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others lit up. If there were still people, it meant that there was still hope. Bang! Bang! The sound of vibration kept coming. It was very soft at first, but slowly, it became louder and clearer. In the end, it was as if there was an earthquake, and there was a violent roar. Each explosion was like a mountain crashing into the ground. Finally, a handsome face appeared in everyone's sight. It's Lu Ming. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others suddenly lit up, emitting a bright light. Lu Ming, it's him. It's him. He's the last one. How is this possible? I guess he's just pretending to be the last one. He didn't get much fate value, so it's impossible for him to get more than the Emperor God. That's for sure. It's already not bad that he can transform his fate into a dragon. A wave of discussion spread out in the surroundings. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was trembling and he was panting heavily. Nest, why is it so heavy? This is too heavy. Lu Ming kept cursing in his heart. He felt that he was carrying hundreds of mountains on his back while climbing the stairs. He was exhausted. He was envious of others who were as light as swallows. Bang! Finally, he took a step into the fighting ring and the entire fighting ring rumbled violently. When Lu Ming stepped into the fighting ring, all the pressure on him disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the Book of Destiny appeared and crumbled. A dragon of destiny appeared above Lu Ming's head. Roar! A dragon's roar rumbled as a mighty true dragon spiraled up in the air. More importantly, this true dragon was 800 feet long. Yes, 800 feet. The scene was silent. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the young man on the fighting ring and the true dragon that was 800 feet long. 800 feet, how was this possible? How could Lu Ming have such terrifying luck? Even Yan Kuangtu, 9 Sons Supreme, Bai Shijin, and the supreme martial artists of the other major forces were stunned. 800 feet. How is that possible? Lu Ming, this little bastard, how could he have such a high amount of luck? How is this possible? The patriarch of the Wang clan was the first to cry out in disbelief. He was a supreme martial artist of his generation. He had always been calm and composed. No matter what major event he faced, his expression would not change. However, this matter was simply too shocking. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Could it be that he's already become so powerful in the battle of karmic luck? The amount of fate energy I obtained is 800 feet. The master of the Jiang family was also shocked. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, good job. I knew that this kid could do it. Yan Kuangtu laughed after being stunned for a while. The eyes of the 9 Sons Paragon also lit up with joy. As for Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the other higher-ups of the Talisman Amulet sect, they were even more surprised. This was beyond their expectations. Although they had offered Lu Ming the first place in the Battle of Providence, they knew very well that the offer was too high. They had deliberately raised the offer to put pressure on Lu Ming. In their hearts, it was fine as long as Lu Ming could get into the top 10. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really come in first. Even though there was still a battle for Providence later. At this moment, Lu Ming had become the focus of the audience. Everyone's eyes were on him. Roar! Above his head, the 800-foot true dragon of fate roared and looked down at the other dragons of fate, flood dragons of fate, and giant pythons. Even the Emperor God's true dragon of fortune was much shorter than Lu Ming's. Humph, we only managed to attract the enemy's experts in the end, and then attack them with a treasure. That's all. All this luck will eventually belong to me. I'll make you spit it all out. The Emperor God said coldly. That's right. You're a guy who hides in the dark and takes advantage of others. You only rely on treasures to catch them off guard. If you rely on your real abilities, can you obtain so many luck points? Demonic Lord Luo Tian also sneered and spoke with disdain. They all thought that Lu Ming had so many luck points because he had obtained the totem pole in the end. The last totem pillar was the last one and the most crucial one. They believed that the last totem pillar would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of fate value. Eight battlefields. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that although the last totem pillar had a lot of luck, it wasn't too much. The last totem pillar gave him about 200,000 points of luck, which was the same as the one on the Sky Poison Island. The reason he had around 800,000 fate points was because he had killed more than a dozen of the Bloodblade Continent's Heaven's favorites. Among the geniuses of the Bloodblade Continent, there were 2 who were equivalent to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Each of them contributed more than 100,000 fate points. In addition to the others in the previous ones, Lu Ming had 800,000 fate points. However, Di Shen, Luo Tian, Wang Fengchen, and the others did not know that. They believed that the last totem pillar would definitely reward Lu Ming with a huge amount of luck value, which was why Lu Ming had such a huge amount of luck value. The others in the surroundings came to a sudden realization. I see. I was wondering how Lu Ming, this little bastard, could have obtained so much luck. It turns out that he took advantage of the situation and used despicable means to obtain it. The patriarch of the Wang clan sneered. What's the use of getting it like this? He won't be able to hold on to it in the battle of karmic luck. Countless people will be watching him, and his karmic luck will still be stolen. The patriarch of the Jiang family sneered. As expected, many pairs of eyes on the fighting ring were staring at Lu Ming with a burning desire. The top 10, 20, and even 30 on the list of top 1,000 talents, as well as the newly risen talents and the talents of the heavenly demon valley, were all looking at Lu Ming with burning eyes. It was as if Lu Ming was a big piece of fat meat that everyone could not wait to take a bite of. 800,000 points of luck. As long as he defeated or even killed Lu Ming, how many points of luck would he get? Their hearts were beating fast. The Divine Emperor, AO2, and the others also had a lot of luck, but none of them dared to have any ideas. Wasn't it courting death to have designs on the Emperor God and the others? However, Lu Ming had only obtained so much luck value by relying on luck and treasures. If that was not a fat piece of meat, what was it? Only a few of them had serious looks on their faces. For example, Brother Litian and Nangong Bo. They had all fought with Lu Ming before and knew how powerful he was. This was especially true for Nangong Bo. Even he was defeated by Lu Ming. After that, it had been nearly half a year. Lu Ming must have become stronger. This piece of fat meat might not be delicious. However, he did not spread the news that Nangong Bo had lost to Lu Ming back then. Almost no one knew about it. Therefore, only a few people knew about Lu Ming's combat strength, except for those from the Talisman Amulet sect. Many people from the Talisman sect sneered. They had seen Lu Ming's powerful combat strength. He had easily killed a few of the Bloodblade Continent's geniuses who were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming was not a piece of fat meat, but a knife that could kill. She wondered what kind of expressions they would have when they saw Lu Ming's combat ability later on. Many Talisman sect disciples revealed looks of anticipation. However, they still had some worries. Although Lu Ming was strong, he would be in great danger if he were to fight against Di Shen, AO2, and Xue Jianyi. After Lu Ming stepped on it, there was no one else behind him. The people who were qualified to participate in the battle for Providence had also come out. There were about 1,000 people who could turn into pythons. There were about 300 people who had the fate to turn into flood dragons. There were only about 60 people whose fate had transformed into a dragon. The 60 people included the sovereigns of the Sky Demon Valley and the newly rising ones. Therefore, only the top 30 or so on the list of top 1,000 talents could reach this level. Of course, there were exceptions. Some of the lower-ranked ones managed to reach it, while some of the top 30 didn't. Buzz. At this moment, the fighting ring shook slightly and glowed. The battle platform is about to turn into a battlefield. Let's go to the stands first. Someone shouted and flew towards the surrounding stands. The paragons on the fighting ring flashed and flew to the other fighting rings, landing in their respective areas. In an instant, there was not a single person left on the fighting ring. Buzz. The fighting ring glowed, and suddenly 8 bubble-like semicircular light shields emerged, dividing the entire fighting ring into 8 parts. Within the light barrier, mountains and rivers slowly appeared, as if it was evolving into a world. This was something that everyone was already clear about. In a moment, the fighting ring would be divided into 8 different areas, forming 8 battlefields. All the young men who had the luck of turning into a python or above would be automatically divided into 8 groups and enter 8 battlefields to compete. As long as one defeated their opponent, they would be able to obtain 50% of the opponent's fate. The defeated person would be eliminated and teleported out. In the end, they would be able to retain 50% of their fate. And once they killed their opponent, they would be able to obtain all of the other party's luck. However, the opponent could also admit defeat, but once he admitted defeat, he would lose 90% of his fate, and only 10% could be kept. It could be said that those who were weak were destined to have their luck stolen by those who were stronger. But it wasn't completely without life. The battle for Providence would last for an hour. As long as one could last for an hour, they would be able to keep all of their Providence after the battle for Providence ended. In the end, only the person with the strongest fate energy in each battlefield could advance. In the final 8 battlefields, the 8 people with the strongest fate would fight for the other side's fate. That was why so many people were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a piece of fat meat. Everyone watched quietly. It would take some time for the battlefield to evolve. At this time, Lu Ming quietly came to Bai Shijin's side. "Senior White, this junior has a matter that I would like to ask for your help with." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bai Shijin. "What is it? Just say it." Bai Shijin also sent a message to Lu Ming. "In the Battle of Providence, I obtained a treasure called the Mountain and River Diagram," the elder said. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bai Shijin. After he finished speaking, the mountain and river painting scroll appeared in his hands and he handed it to Bai Shijin. "There's actually such a wonderful treasure. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it for you. It won't take much time," he said. Bai Shijin took the mountain and river diagram and retreated silently. Then, in a flash, he disappeared into the teleportation vortex and left this place without anyone noticing. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the fighting ring below. Time slowly passed. A few minutes later, the area covered by the 8 light shields was completed, forming 8 worlds. 8 different worlds. There were mountains and forests, deserts, rocks, swamps. Each of the 8 light shields had a diameter of about 10 miles. Therefore, from the outside, the mountains and forests were very small, as if they were mini. However, many people knew that this was a battlefield that spanned 100,000 li. Each battlefield was 100,000 miles wide. Buzz! The light barrier glowed as the battlefield was completed. On the light barrier of each battlefield, a number appeared. They were 1, 2, 3. All the way up to 8, representing 8 battlefields. At that moment, beams of light shot out from the 8 battlefields and landed on the young people who were going to participate in the battle for Providence. Then, a number appeared above everyone's head. Lu Ming is fat meat. A number appeared above everyone's head, representing which battlefield they were going to enter. The number 8 appeared above Lu Ming's head, which meant that Lu Ming was going to enter the 8th battlefield. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he noticed that some of the talisman amulet sect disciples also had 8 characters. Bai Qixue was also number 8. Fatty was number 2, Huan Tingting was number 3, and Huan Zhen was number 4. "Ha, Lu Ming, you're actually at number 8 too. And that chick." Suddenly, an excited laugh was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and realized that it was Luo Tian who was laughing. Number 8 also appeared above his head. He looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qixue with a burning gaze. Other than that, many other talents who had been assigned to number 8 were also looking at Lu Ming and Bai Qixue with burning eyes. Fuck, Luo Tian's luck is unbelievable. He's actually assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming and that chick. These 2 people are clearly fat meat and are giving away their luck. That's right. Luo Tian is so lucky. The point is, there are no experts on the 8th battlefield. Look, the Divine Emperor and the others are not on the 8th battlefield. In the 8th battlefield, only one genius from the Sky Demon Valley can compete with Luo Tian. There are no other strong masters. Luo Tian is so lucky. I'm so envious. All the paragons in the surroundings revealed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Ming sneered. He glanced around and realized that Di Shen was assigned number 1, AO2 was number 7, Blood Sword number 1 and 3, Wang Fenchen was number 2. Those who were stronger than Luo Tian were not even on the 8th battlefield. At that moment, Luo Tian was so excited that he wanted to roar at the sky. Luck, he was too lucky. Not only was he assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming, but the more powerful paragons were not assigned to the 8th battlefield. His luck was simply heaven-defying. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold, murderous look and a burning greed. Another genius of the Sky Demon Valley was just as excited as Luo Tian. He was also a peerless genius of the Sky Demon Valley. His reputation was no less than Luo Tian's, and he was also an extremely terrifying existence. At that moment, he was as excited as Luo Tian. Di Shen, Xue Jian Yi, and the others snorted coldly and looked regretful that they had missed Lu Ming. In their opinion, Lu Ming's luck was destined to be snatched away. Du Songjue and the rest had solemn expressions. Lu Ming, Qi Shui, the next match will last for an hour. Try to stall for time. If the situation turns bad, admit defeat immediately, understand? You two will definitely be targeted. Du Songjue seriously warned. Senior Du, don't worry. I know what to do. But Bai. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Bai Qixue. He saw Bai Qixue staring at him with her eyes wide open. Bai. That, Qi Shui, when we enter the battlefield later, find a place to inscribe a defensive formation with all your strength. I will come to find you. If you can't win, admit defeat as soon as possible. Lu Ming said. You'll come and find me, right? Bai Qixue stared at Lu Ming and asked. That. Yes, I am. Lu Ming was speechless as he touched his nose. Hee, then I'll definitely persevere until you come to find me. Bai Qixue laughed happily. Lu Ming was even more speechless. Around him, Yan Quantu, Du Songjue, and the rest revealed an "I see" expression and an inexplicable smile. Rukong, you'll be on the same battlefield as the Emperor God. If you encounter the Emperor God, admit defeat immediately, understand? Du Songjue looked at Ru Kong and instructed. Ru Kong was Du Songjue's disciple. This disciple knows. Ru Kong nodded. Buzz. At this moment, there were fluctuations in the space. Lu Ming and the others felt a force pulling them over to the 8 battlefields. Lu Ming and Bai Qixue flew toward the light shield on the 8th battlefield. As they neared the light shield, their bodies began to shrink in a strange manner. In the end, they entered the light shield and disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a barren mountain with stone walls. The 8th battlefield was filled with barren mountains and stone walls. It was completely desolate without a single blade of grass or tree. There were stone walls and rocks everywhere. I've heard that everything in this battlefield is extremely hard. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming threw a punch at a huge rock. Boom! Only a corner of the giant rock had been broken. The rest of it was intact. It's so hard. Although I didn't use my full strength, that punch would have shattered a few mountains if it was outside. But here, it could only break a corner of a huge rock. Lu Ming secretly sighed. In this place, one could unleash their full combat strength. Let's go find Qi Shui. With a single step, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky, turning into a ray of light and disappearing into the horizon. Although the battlefield was 100,000 miles wide, it wasn't big for the geniuses who were participating in the battle for Providence. An hour was enough for them to make many trips. The weakest Heaven's Pride expert who could transform his fate into a python was at Qin Qingshan's level. After such a long time, Qin Qingshan's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. It could be said that the weakest of the participants this time was at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm was extremely fast. It really didn't take much time to cross a distance of 100,000 li. Outside the battlefield, everyone was also watching with wide eyes. From the outside, the 100,000 li territory had shrunk to 10,000 times smaller. If a person were to be placed inside, he would almost not be able to see them. However, at the spiritual god realm or even the supreme being realm, their eyesight was extremely terrifying. In their eyes, they could still clearly see the movements of everyone inside the light shield. Not good. There's an expert heading toward Scarlet Snow. An elder of the Talisman sect called out worriedly. At the moment, Bai Qixue was in a stone forest, inscribing inscriptions and setting up formations to defend. I hope that Qi Shui can't hold on and quickly admit defeat. Du Songjue was a little worried. Just now, they knew that Bai Qixue had gotten the inheritance of a king. They were so excited. Bai Qixue's value in their hearts had increased. Nothing could happen to him. Even though he had lost 90% of his luck, he could not let anything happen to Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue's cultivation of the way of inscription had improved a lot since she got the inheritance of the king. She waved her fingers and countless inscriptions went into the forest. In just a few minutes, he had no idea how many inscriptions were engraved. Ha ha ha, it's the girl from the Talisman sect. I'm so lucky. With a loud laugh, a paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect appeared. A 15-meter-long dragon of luck appeared above the head of this sovereign of the Sky Corpse sect. He stared at the 100-meter-long dragon of luck above Bai Qixue's head with burning eyes, as if he wanted to swallow her up. This girl is mine. A cold voice was heard. The sky trembled and another figure appeared. It was a young man with cold eyes and a towering demonic chi. Above his head, there was also a fate dragon that was 60 feet long. Humph, if you want this little girl's luck, then you'll have to see your ability. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect said coldly. Chapter 960 Killing with One Move. In their eyes, Bai Qixue was just a fish on the chopping board, which could be killed at any time. Their opponent was him. Therefore, the two sides were in a stalemate. Then I'll kill you first, then deal with this little girl. The paragon of the Sky Demon Valley burst out with a shocking killing intent. In a flash, he pounced on the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect. You're looking for death. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect also shouted coldly, and the two of them began to fight. Bai Qixue was stunned for a second, then she seized the chance to quickly inscribe the formation. She had already inscribed countless formations. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a golden spear light came from the other side, and its target was Bai Qixue. This was a heaven's favorite of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and his eyes flashed with pride. In his opinion, the two people of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley were really stupid. They actually started fighting among themselves, which just happened to benefit him. He wanted to kill Bai Qixue and get 100,000 points of luck from her. This is terrible. There are other people. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley cried out in alarm. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Rise! At this moment, Bai Qixue shouted and took a few steps forward. A formation appeared and a huge ancient shield appeared in front of her. Bang! The spearlight struck the shield with a loud boom, but the shield did not break. It only trembled. What a tough shield! The golden-robed young man appeared, his eyes cold. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! All of a sudden, he thrust the spear in his hand 16 times in a row. 16 spear lights pierced through the void and went toward Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue shouted and moved her fingers. Another formation of inscriptions appeared. This time, more than a dozen formations glowed at the same time. More than a dozen ancient shields appeared, blocking Bai Qixue's attacks from all directions. At the same time, there was also a light barrier that enveloped her. From the very beginning, Bai Qixue's formations were all defensive formations. Her purpose was to defend. As long as they could defend, they would wait for Lu Ming. She believed that Lu Ming would definitely arrive in time. Clang! 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 More than a dozen spearlights stabbed into the ancient shield, but the shield only shook for a moment and blocked all of them. It couldn't be broken. The golden-robed young man's face darkened. He looked at the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect's elites and said, "Everyone, this girl is quite capable. She has set up a defensive formation with all her might. It will not be easy for any of us to break through it. If we waste too much time, we will be found by others or Demon Lord Luo Tian. Then, we will not have a share." "Oh. You want to join hands?" the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect said. "That's right. Let's work together to break this little girl's defensive array. Then, we'll see who has the ability to kill her or make her admit defeat," the golden-robed youth said. "All right, let's do it this way. Let's attack together," the sovereign of the Sky Demon Valley said. The three sides reached an agreement and attacked at the same time. Suddenly, Bai Qishue's defense started to shake. In the outside world, Du Songjue and the others revealed worried expressions. Qi Shue's defensive formation is quite mysterious. It should be related to the inheritance she received. However, she won't be able to hold on for long with three heaven's favorites working together. I hope that when she can't hold on any longer, she'll quickly admit defeat. A few elders were discussing. "Not good, Lu Ming is going to meet an expert." One of the elders suddenly called out. The others quickly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming flew at high speed and had already flown tens of thousands of miles. Buzz! All of a sudden, a terrifying saber light slashed at Lu Ming from the side. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he stopped abruptly, avoiding the saber light. A young man carrying a saber on his back appeared in front of Lu Ming. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. You're the first one I've met. Lu Ming, your luck points are mine." The saber-carrying youth's eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy. He really did not expect that he would be the first to meet Lu Ming. There weren't many top-tier experts in the 8th battlefield, but there were many experts of a lower tier. Many of them were in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He, Luo Dao, was ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. In his opinion, he was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. After killing Lu Ming and obtaining his luck, he would then find a place to hide. After an hour, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of luck. Luck. Get lost. Lu Ming strode forward. Die. The Luo Dao was unsheathed. The dazzling saber radiance seemed to be able to split the world apart as it slashed at Lu Ming. On the grandstand, Du Songjue and the rest could not help but feel their hearts in their throats. Could Lu Ming block this knife? Not only the Talisman Amulet sect, but the experts from the Empyrean Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley were also watching Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, you little bastard. If you don't admit defeat, you'll be dead." Luo Dao is a rare genius among the Emperor Heaven's forbidden guards. The master of the Wang family sneered, but before he could speak, he froze. That was because Luo Dao was already dead. Lu Ming did not stop. He thrust his spear forward. A spear ray that was 10 times more dazzling than Luo Dao's saber ray pierced through the void and destroyed his saber ray, piercing through Luo Dao's throat. Luo Dao's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with confusion, shock, and unwillingness. How could Lu Ming be so powerful that he could kill him with one shot? At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Did Lu Ming really rely on luck to obtain so many luck points? That was the last thought in his mind. Roar! Once Luo Dao died, the Dragon of Destiny above Lu Ming's head swallowed Luo Dao's Dragon of Destiny in one gulp. Lu Ming's Dragon of Destiny grew another 6 feet. The crowd around the grandstand fell silent, and the patriarch of the Wang clan was extremely embarrassed. Du Songjue and the others revealed expressions of joy. It seems like Lu Ming isn't completely useless to be able to obtain an 800-foot fate dragon. He does have some ability. An old man from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace spoke. Luo Dao is only ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are many others who are stronger than him. He's the target of public criticism. Even if he's capable, he still has to die. The patriarch of the Wang clan said coldly. On the battlefield, Lu Ming kept Luo Dao's storage ring and was about to continue flying forward when he heard a sonic boom in front of him. Another young man appeared and blocked Lu Ming's path. This young man was covered in corpse chi, and his eyes were fierce. Shi Ming, the 30th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Someone shouted. Let's see how Lu Ming dies this time. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed. Some people from the Heavenly Corpse sect also smiled. If Shi Ming could obtain Lu Ming's immense luck, it would be a great thing for the Heavenly Corpse sect. You killed Luo Dao. Hee, looks like you have some combat power, but you're dead for sure now that you've encountered me. Shi Ming sneered. Above his head, a 99-foot-long flood dragon was circling. He was just a little bit away from reaching the stage where his fate could transform into a dragon. You're looking for death. Lu Ming did not stop. He strode forward and threw a punch. You're the one who's going to die. Ming Shi waved his hand and a refined corpse pounced at Lu Ming, throwing a punch as well. Bang! The refined corpse and Lu Ming's fist collided. What happened next shocked Shi Ming. His refined corpse was torn into pieces, but Lu Ming's fist did not stop. Instead, it became even faster as it continued to bombard Shi Ming. I want your luck. Go, go. Ming Shi roared and controlled the two refined corpses to charge at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! With two loud explosions, the two refined corpses exploded. Lu Ming's fists suddenly sped up, exploding with a terrifying pressure that locked Shi Ming in place. Shi Ming's eyes widened, and he let out a low growl. No, how can he be so strong? I'm going to block it. The corpse chi from his body soared to the sky. He exploded with all his strength and slapped at Lu Ming. This palm was extremely terrifying, but in front of Lu Ming, it was like paper. It shattered with a loud bang, and the terrifying fist force directly penetrated his body. At this moment it was already too late even if he wanted to cry out and admit defeat. Bang! His body was torn into pieces. The 99-foot flood dragon was swallowed by Lu Ming's Dragon of Providence. Lu Ming's Fate Dragon had grown by nearly 100 feet, reaching a height of nearly 960 feet. He was only a few meters away from 1,000 feet. A terrifying devouring power erupted from his palm, devouring Luo Dao's and Shi Ming's blood essence and true yuan. Then, his figure flickered and he flew forward. He looked around for Bai Qixue. On the grandstand, regardless of whether it was the people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace or the Heavenly Corpse sect, all of them had very gloomy expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. He had easily killed the 30th genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so powerful? It was a pity that they could only watch. The battlefield was isolated and they could not sense Lu Ming's specific cultivation. This little bastard, could it be that Wang Yan and Wang Chen died at his hands? The master of the Wang family growled. His hatred for Lu Ming was wild. However, Martial Emperor De was expressionless and calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Du Songjue, Yan Quantu, Nine Sun's Supreme Master, and the others all smiled. As long as Lu Ming finds Qi Shui and finds a place to hide, he will be safe. An elder of the Talisman sect said. That's right. However, Lu Ming has so much luck now. Even if it is not seized by others, I'm afraid that no one in the 8th battlefield has more than him. By then, he will still have to participate in the battle between the last 8 people. The other person was a little worried and said with a heavy expression. Thinking of this, the others' faces sank. Without strength, it would be very difficult to preserve one's luck in this selection step by step. While Lu Ming was flying, Luo Tian was also flying at full speed. A peerless genius of the Sky Demon Valley was also flying at full speed. They had to find Lu Ming as soon as possible, kill him, and take his luck value. They did not have much time. They only had 1 hour. If Lu Ming dodged them for an hour, they would not have a share of Lu Ming's immense luck. Damn you, Lu Ming! Where are you? Luo Tian growled. Suddenly, he saw a few people in front of him and immediately rushed over. Not good, it's Luo Tian, run. When the few of them saw Luo Tian, they fled frantically. Die! Luo Tian's expression was ferocious. His demonic chi surged and he slashed out with his black demonic blade. 2 people were instantly killed by him. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The last person shouted crazily. As the man shouted, a beam of light enveloped him. Luo Tian's blade could not cut in. The dragon of fate above his head devoured the fate of the 2 people who had been killed. The person who had admitted defeat had 90% of his fate devoured. He was then teleported out and landed on the stands. The fate dragon above Luo Tian's head had grown more than 200 feet. That's too little. I still have to find Lu Ming. That chick from the Talisman Amulet sect is not bad either. Luo Tian's eyes were cold as he continued to fly. At this moment, Bai Qixue was struggling to defend. Around her, the shield kept shaking, as if it could not hold on for much longer. Keep it up. This chick can't hold on much longer. The golden-robed youth laughed. Among the 3 of them, the golden-robed young man was a new talent, but his strength was comparable to the top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was already a miracle that Bai Qixue could last for so long when the 3 of them joined forces. Lu Ming is almost there. In the stands, the eyes of Du Songjue and the others lit up. They were outside, looking down from above and could see the whole picture. At that moment, they saw Lu Ming rushing toward Bai Qixue. Not good. Luo Tian is also rushing over there. One of the elders shouted. Their faces turned extremely ugly, and they clenched their fists. Ha ha ha. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Wang clan's clan head, Jiang clan's clan head, and the others laughed loudly. Lu Ming is destined to die at the hands of the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed the most heartily. Whoosh! Lu Ming traveled 100 miles in an instant. He crossed countless deserts and stone walls under him. On the way, they encountered other geniuses, but Lu Ming was too fast. He flashed past them. Those geniuses with low cultivation did not dare to block Lu Ming's way at all when they saw his terrifying power. They fled one after another. Lu Ming was not in the mood to snatch the light from providence from these people. There's a battle ahead, that's Qi Shui. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Bai Qixue being besieged by 3 young men. Boom! 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 His speed became even faster, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The golden-robed young man and the other 2 heard the terrifying sonic boom and were shocked. They stopped and looked in the direction of the sonic boom. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The 3 of them were shocked and quickly retreated. The 3 of them stood side by side with a serious look in their eyes. Although many people wanted to kill Lu Ming and take his luck value, they were all top-ranked geniuses. As for the few of them, although their cultivation was not weak, they were not confident in facing Lu Ming. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength was already very strong. They were only on par with the top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. They did not dare to look down on Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming appeared above Bai Qishue's head. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qishue said with a smile. Looks like I'm not too late. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. At this moment, the golden-robed young man and the other two were discussing in secret. If the three of us join forces, we might be able to kill Lu Ming. Do you want to take a gamble? The gold-robed youth sent mentally. Gamble? Fools, can't you see that Lu Ming's fate dragon has grown more than 100 feet longer? In just a short while, the fate dragon has grown more than 100 feet. There must be experts stronger than us who have died in Lu Ming's hands. The paragon from the heavenly corpse sect sneered as he slowly backed away. Hearing this, the golden-robed young man and the Sky Demon Valley's sovereign's faces changed. Only then did they notice the changes in Lu Ming's fate dragon. You guys want to leave? Did I let you go? Lu Ming's gaze fell on the golden-robed young man and the other two. The expressions of the three changed drastically. Lu Ming, what do you want? The gold-robed youth gritted his teeth. Of course I want your luck. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. Chapter 962 Fighting the Demon Lord Again. Lu Ming, don't go too far. If the three of us join forces, we might be able to fight you. The golden-robed youth called out. Oh, really? If you think you can fight me, then make your move. Lu Ming took a step forward, a faint look of disdain on his face. Huh, Lu Ming, you're very arrogant. Why are you so arrogant in front of a few good-for-nothings? At this moment, a loud laugh came from afar. Then, a blade light cut through the void and came at an extreme speed. Whoosh! The blade light disappeared, and a black-robed man appeared in the air. Demonic chi filled the sky. It was demonic Lord Luo Tian. Luo Tian is here. Huh, Lu Ming is done for this time. The golden-robed young man was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. He had wanted to run away, but now, he stopped. He sneered at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now that the demon lord has descended, let's see how you die. The golden-robed young man was also a proud son of heaven among the imperial guards and was familiar with Luo Tian. The two sovereigns of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley slowly retreated to a place they thought was safe and watched from a distance. Lu Ming, did you kill my brother, Luo Li? Luo Tian looked at Lu Ming coldly and asked. That's right. He's courting death, so I can only fulfill his wish. If you're courting death, I can also fulfill your wish. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You're so arrogant. It's useless to rely on your mouth. If we weren't on the Sky Poison Island, I could have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Luo Tian said. Back when they were on the Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. Although Lu Ming was not weak, he was far inferior to him and could be easily killed by him. Moreover, he had made some progress during this period of time. The luck of the two of you will be mine. Luo Tian looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qishue with a burning gaze. Lu Ming and Bai Qishue's combined luck was over 1,000,000. Once he got it, he would have a true dragon of luck that was more than 100 feet long. Since ancient times, how many people could have a true dragon's luck that exceeded 1,000 feet? Only those emperors who participated in the Battle of Providence when they were young could achieve this, right? Luo Tian's heart was burning. Buzz! The demonic blade was unsheathed and the blade light broke through the sky. A terrifying blade light was slashed at Lu Ming. This attack was very sudden. Luo Tian had just finished speaking when he suddenly attacked. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move and not give him a chance to admit defeat. Lu Ming's mouth twitched and he struck out his palm at Luo Tian's saber light. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm directly slashed at Luo Tian's saber light. Was he that confident? The talisman sect's people couldn't help but feel nervous. Could Lu Ming block it? This was a strike from demonic lord Luo Tian, the 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. How terrifying was that? Many people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had ferocious looks on their faces. They seemed to have already seen the scene of Lu Ming being cut into two by the saber. Boom! Lu Ming's palm finally collided with the saber light. Out of everyone's expectations, Lu Ming's palm slashed and the blade light shattered like fragile glass. You dare to launch a sneak attack with just this bit of power? Lu Ming sneered. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. Although he had not used his full strength in the attack just now, he had wanted to kill Lu Ming with one attack. The power of the attack was not weak. It contained half of his strength. It was actually shattered by Lu Ming's palm. It seems that you have made great progress during this period of time. However, you still have to die. I only used 50% of my strength in that strike just now. Luo Tian said coldly. Oh. 50% of his power? I'm sorry, I only used 10% of my power in that palm strike. Lu Ming smiled coldly. 10% of my power? Ha ha ha, you're so full of yourself and lying through your teeth. Die. Demonic chi surged from Luo Tian's body. A violent aura burst out. The terrifying saber power filled the entire area. Not far away, the golden-robed young man's face was filled with horror as he retreated. Is this the strength of the demonic lord Luo Tian? It's too scary. The gold-robed youth was shocked. He felt that Luo Tian could kill him with a casual move. The difference in strength was too great. The peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Luo Tian's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. When he was on the Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian's cultivation should have just broken through to the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Buzz! The demonic blade was 1,000 meters long and it slashed violently at Lu Ming. The space twisted and trembled violently under the blade, as if it was being cut open at will. A dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy, and dense scales appeared all over his body. He stomped his feet and his body shot forward like a cannonball, striking out with his palm. Lu Ming was already at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm, so he was extremely powerful. With the addition of dragon energy, the space was completely distorted when his palm struck. Boom! The demonic blade crushed and Lu Ming's palm continued to push forward. Luo Tian's expression changed. He had used almost 80% of his strength in this move, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming with one palm. How was this possible? Could it be that Lu Ming was right when he said that he had only used 10% of his strength? Impossible. Luo Tian denied it in his heart. When they were on the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by him. He only managed to escape by taking advantage of the Sky Poison Island's environment. He refused to believe that Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed his in just a few months. This was a huge blow to him. Blood Transformation Devil's Blade. Die! Luo Tian shouted as he slashed out with his demonic blade. However, Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. Surrounded by the four-colored concept, he charged forward and struck out with his palm. Bang! 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 Luo Tian's blade light was shattered by Lu Ming's palm. This was a completely one-sided battle. Currently, 3 of Lu Ming's concepts of heaven and earth were at the peak of level 3 upper tier. He was only one step away from completing level 3. As for the earth mentality, it was about to reach the peak of level 3 upper tier. How terrifying was the power of the fusion of 4 intents. It could probably compete with a 4th level concept. Luo Tian's intent realm was only at the completion of level 3 and had not reached level 4. In terms of artistic conception, Lu Ming could crush Luo Tian. Boom! 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 After more than 10 moves, Luo Tian's saber light was continuously shattered, and he retreated quickly. In the stands, many people widened their eyes in shock. Impossible! The masters of the Wang and Jiang families growled in disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength was actually so terrifying. How was this possible? Du Songjue, Yan Quantu, 9 Sun's Supreme Master, and the others were also surprised, but they were more delighted. Lu Ming's combat strength had also exceeded their expectations. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the happier they were. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be in the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Brother Ultimate Son, you have a good eye. Du Songjue stroked his beard and laughed. Lu Ming, you've exceeded my expectations too. Supreme Master Zhuyan also smiled. Chapter 963 Killing Luo Tian. The battle between Lu Ming and Luo Tian had already turned into a white-hot one. Luo Tian was completely at a disadvantage. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Luo Tian's shoulder. One of his arms almost exploded and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, damn it! Luo Tian roared, and a demon god appeared above his head. This demon god had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of its arms was holding a huge saber. 6 golden chakras were shining. Luo Tian's 3rd bloodline was a 6th-level divine bloodline, which was comparable to the family heads of the 6 great ancient families. His talent was extremely terrifying. Now, 2 more streams of dragon power burst out from Lu Ming's body. He appeared above Luo Tian's head in an instant and stomped down on him. A terrifying power surged towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was about to perform the blood meridian fusion, but he did not expect Lu Ming to be so fast. He appeared above his head in an instant and exploded with a terrifying blow, interrupting his blood meridian fusion. He could only block it with his saber. But dash! Bang! The saber light that he slashed out shattered under Lu Ming's feet. A huge and terrifying force pressed down on him, almost crushing him to the ground. Gotcha! His bones cracked as if they were about to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Do you want me to admit defeat? No, I can't admit defeat. How can I admit defeat to Lu Ming? At that moment, many thoughts flashed through Luo Tian's mind. However, this thought decided his life's fate. Buzz! Sharp and long nails emerged from Lu Ming's claws. Like dragon claws, he suddenly clawed at Luo Tian. All of Luo Tian's attacks and defenses were shattered in Lu Ming's hands. His dragon-like claws pierced into Luo Tian's chest. No. I'll admit. At that moment, Luo Tian howled madly and wanted to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming's energy exploded and Luo Tian's heart exploded. Luo Tian's scream came to an abrupt end. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could feel the vitality in his body draining away rapidly. Endless fear enveloped him. Was he going to die in Lu Ming's hands? How did this happen? In the next moment, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. His life force had been extinguished. Impossible. You're courting death. The master of the Wang family roared. Luo Tian. Lu Ming killed Luo Tian. An old man beside the Wang clan's clan master roared angrily, his killing intent soaring into the sky. He was also a supreme being, the supreme being of Di Tian's imperial guards. He was Luo Tian's master. He could not accept the fact that Luo Tian was dead. Luo Tian had unparalleled talent, and his third bloodline was at the 6th level of the divine level. In the future, he would definitely be able to break through to the spiritual god realm. There was even a very high possibility that he would be able to break through to the supreme level. This was a future supreme being, but he had died just like that. This was an incomparably huge loss. How many supremes were there in the entire Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? This generation had reached a golden age, where geniuses gathered and experts were as common as clouds. In the past, Luo Tian's talent would have been enough to suppress an era. Just like those supreme martial artists of today. When they were young, they were almost unrivaled. They pushed through their opponents and became supreme martial artists. It was rare for an era to have a few supremes. However, it was different in this era. Luo Tian could only rank 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Huh, well done. Yan Quangtu laughed out loud, drawing the gazes of those from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that were filled with killing intent. However, Yan Quangtu ignored him. Martial Emperor Di's face was still calm, and his eyes did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he did not care about the death of Luo Tian. This Lu Ming is interesting. A charming voice came from the Sky Demon Valley. This voice was soft and sweet, making people feel numb all over. It was the voice of the Demon Emperor. When many young people heard this voice, they felt their bodies heat up and their hearts beat faster. Even the woman was no exception. Her voice was like that of a demon king, full of infinite charm. It's a little interesting. The corpse emperor opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Many people wanted to vomit blood when they heard his voice, which was the complete opposite of the demon emperor's voice. Some of the young people quickly circulated their martial arts to stabilize themselves. On the battlefield, Lu Ming's palm erupted with devouring power, devouring Luo Tian into a dried corpse. Boom! 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 Luo Tian's blood essence and quintessential essence were both very strong. Even his bloodline was being refined rapidly. Roar! The fate dragon above Lu Ming's head devoured Luo Tian's fate dragon. Instantly, Lu Ming's fate dragon grew by 200 feet, reaching 117 feet, close to 120 feet. At that moment, the color of Lu Ming's fate dragon changed. Originally, the fate dragon was purple, but now, it had turned purple gold. Not far away, the golden-robed young man and the paragons of the Sky Corpse sect and Sky Demon Valley were staring with their eyes wide open. Luo Tian is dead. Luo Tian was killed by Lu Ming. How did this happen? The golden-robed young man muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Luo Tian, who was almost invincible in his eyes, was actually killed by Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to him. Run, quickly run. The gold-robed young man was almost scared to death. At the thought of joining forces to deal with Lu Ming just now, he was so scared that he was trembling all over. Lu Ming could probably kill them easily and they would not even have the chance to fight back. In the distance, the paragons of the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect were also scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. Did I let you go? Lu Ming glared at them coldly and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took a step forward and his figure was like a stream of light, approaching the golden-robed young man in an instant. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The gold-robed youth screamed. Instantly, a pillar of light enveloped him. Above Lu Ming's head, the purple-gold fate dragon devoured 90% of the golden-robed young man's fate dragon. Then, the golden-robed young man's body trembled and he was teleported out. Lu Ming's footsteps did not stop. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and he would catch up with the paragons of the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect in a short while. The two of them were horrified and also shouted that they admitted defeat. In the end, Lu Ming devoured 90% of their light from Providence and teleported them out. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qixue came to Lu Ming's side with a smile on her face. Let's go, we'll go seize the fate. Lu Ming smiled and turned to walk forward with Bai Qixue by his side. On the grandstand, the Talisman Amulet sect members all revealed relaxed smiles. In the 8th battlefield, even Luo Tian had been killed by Lu Ming. There was no one else who could threaten Lu Ming. The most powerful demon clan genius was only on par with Luo Tian. There were a few other geniuses who could transform their fate into dragons, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming could be said to be fearless. As for Bai Qixue, with Lu Ming's protection, she would definitely be able to hold on until the end and keep her 100,000 points of luck. Fatty's terrifying bloodline. As for Lu Ming, there was no doubt that he would win first place in the 8th battlefield. Now, he already had a fate dragon that was more than 1,200 feet long. In the 8th battlefield, unless everyone else's fate was added together, they would not be able to compare to Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming went on a rampage. Those who ran into Lu Ming were killed by him immediately when they tried to attack him. Some of them even shouted that they admitted defeat. Half an hour later, Lu Ming was accompanied by more than 10 Talisman Amulet sect disciples. Lu Ming wanted to bring them to the end. Not good. Wukong is in danger. He's going to encounter an emperor god. In the stands, an elder suddenly shouted. There was no longer any suspense on the 8th battlefield. Everyone's eyes turned to the other battlefields. Everyone from the Talisman sect turned to look at the first battlefield. The Talisman Amulet sect's paragons were all in the first battlefield. Everyone could see that Wukong was hurrying on his way. The fate dragon above his head had reached a height of about 200 feet. On the other side, the Emperor God was flying toward Wukong at a terrifying speed, but Wukong didn't seem to notice him. If this continued, the two of them would soon bump into each other. The Talisman sect's people were on tenterhooks. Sure enough, in just a dozen breaths, the two of them met. Wukong turned around upon hearing the commotion, and his eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, Wukong was about to admit defeat. Die. At the same time, the Emperor God made his move. A ray of sword light was incredibly fast. It seemed to penetrate layers of space in an instant and cut Wukong's body almost instantly. I admit defeat. Before Wukong could finish his sentence, he was torn into pieces by the sword light. Fast, too fast, so fast that even the air could not react. Wukong. Du Songjue roared in grief. Why would I? The other patriarchs and elders of the Talisman Amulet sect looked dejected. Wukong, an expert of the Talisman sect who was second only to Huan Zhen and ranked 15th on the list of top 1,000 talents, had been killed just like that. He was almost defenseless in the hands of the God Emperor. The fighting power of an Emperor God was unfathomable. After the Emperor God killed Wukong and devoured the Fate Dragon, he did not stop. He turned into a golden light and flew away. Ha ha ha. Good kill. All of your Talisman sect's paragons will be exterminated. Although Lu Ming is safe now, he will still die if he encounters the Emperor God in the future. In the area of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, mocking laughter rang out. Du Songjue and the rest clenched their fists tightly. The Talisman Amulet sect originally had 13 Zongzis. 7 of them had already fallen, and now, 1 more had fallen, leaving only 5. Then, they turned their attention to Wen Zhisher and the rest. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good either. They met an undefeatable expert, but fortunately, they weren't killed in one strike and all admitted defeat. As time passed, some people were killed, but more and more people were either defeated or sent out of the battlefield. On the grandstand, more and more people appeared. Many of them sighed. After admitting defeat, there was not much luck left. Wan Tingting also appeared in the stands. When she met a strong opponent, she immediately admitted defeat. Meanwhile, in the 8 battlefields, the fighting was getting more and more intense. Lu Ming was almost invincible in the 8th battlefield. Behind him, several experts who had transformed their providence into a dragon ran into Lu Ming. However, when they saw Lu Ming's true dragon of providence that was hundreds of feet long, their expressions changed drastically, and they turned to run. They were not fools. Lu Ming had survived until now, and his fate dragon had grown by a few hundred feet. Needless to say, those who were plotting against Lu Ming had given their fate to him. What were they waiting for if not to run? However, with Lu Ming's speed, how could they escape? In the end, they all admitted defeat. In the end, Lu Ming's true dragon of providence was close to a terrifying height of 1,500 feet. It circled in the sky and could be seen from afar. Those who saw it from afar had a drastic change in their expressions and turned to run. Even the genius of the Sky Demon Valley, who was as famous as Luo Tian, ran faster than anyone else. This made Lu Ming a little depressed. The distance was too far and it would be more troublesome for him to chase after them. He was also afraid that he would be lured away and the Talisman sect disciples would be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming could not be bothered to chase after them. The situation on the 8th battlefield had been settled, and the 1st battlefield was about the same. The other battlefields were filled with smoke. Illusion Reality has encountered Dongfang Yu. An elder of the Talisman sect called out. The others turned their attention to the 4th battlefield, their hearts in their throats. The experts from the other factions also turned their attention to the 4th battlefield. Huan Zhen and Dongfang Yu, this was a battle of the peak. Huan Zhen was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Dongfang Yu was ranked 3rd, just behind Dishan and Xue Jianyi. As soon as the two met, an intense battle unfolded. However, it was obvious that Dongfang Yu was stronger. However, Huan Zhen did not want to make any mistakes, so he was on the defense the entire time. Huan Zhen was like a bright moon. His entire body was glowing. Bright moons appeared in front of him, blocking his attacks. This was a formation carved with one's own body, and it was an extremely powerful defensive formation. It was many times stronger than the formation that Ji Mai had carved with his own body. At the same time, runes and arrays appeared around Huan Zhen, which activated the runes. All sorts of light glowed continuously as all sorts of defensive formations were formed. Although the east side was extremely powerful, Huan Zhen was focused on defense. It was impossible for him to break through in a short time. The two of them were in a deadlock. In the end, Dongfang Yu had no choice but to retreat. This made the Talisman Amulet sect members heave a long sigh of relief. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace snorted unhappily. They felt that it was a pity that Dongfang Yu did not kill Huan Zhen. Meanwhile, on the 2nd battlefield, Fatty and Wang Fenchen were fighting. Die! The moment Wang Fenchen saw Fatty, he exploded with a sharp killing intent and launched a swift attack. He knew that the Fatty was the disciple of the Devil Sky Sovereign, but this was a battle of destiny. Even if he killed the Fatty, the Devil Sky Sovereign couldn't say anything. Damn it, you want to kill me? You're still 10,000 years too early. Fatty shouted and activated his bloodline. His 3rd bloodline and 8 golden chakras almost made Wang Fenchen's eyes pop out. Even the spirit god and supreme being experts in the stands could not control their emotions. They stood up in shock. An 8th-ranked divine bloodline. It was actually an 8th-ranked divine bloodline. This was too terrifying. Other than the few sovereigns, the others were all extremely shocked. Senior Mo Tian's disciple is extraordinary as expected. The 9 Sons Paragon sighed. Du Songjue and the others nodded their heads. They had seen Fatty before, but they didn't expect this unreliable Fatty to be so terrifying. As expected of the disciple of an emperor. Damn it! The Wang clan master and the others growled in shock. An 8th level divine level expert was extremely rare. For example, Yan Kuangtu was an 8th level divine level expert. His battle prowess was extremely powerful, and he was able to take on 3 great supremes by himself. They recalled that this fatty was Lu Ming's sworn brother. Fun Tian, kill this fatty, kill him. The patriarch of the Wang clan growled. This fatty was too terrifying. Once he grew up in the future, he would be another Yan Kuangtu. Now was the perfect time to kill him. After this, the Devil Sky Sovereign would not be able to say anything. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.